What a fun little catchy song that is. Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama, and today's court is sponsored by Eyebrow Raises, our main source of cross-examination. I'm going to need a whole list of too soon. So today, guess who we have again today? We have the lovely Annie to join us this morning. Good morning, Annie.
Good morning.
Good morning. As you can see, my voice is a little strained from all the streaming and having a show last night. It's feeling a little rough. So I hear everyone likes the morning voice of Llama, so here it is.
It's a hot voice.
Oh my goodness. How are you this morning?
I'm good. I don't have any snacks and I don't have coffee, so how good
my
can
gosh.
I be? But I know.
How are you functioning? I just took like my first 2 sips of coffee. That's probably why it sounds like this, would be my guess.
It'll come. It'll come. I'm going to manifest it.
You're going to manifest it. So yesterday, Annie and I wore matching shirts, but like the opposite. I wore white and black stripes. She wore black and white stripes with white stripes. We didn't plan it. And then this morning we get on and we're both wearing flower shirts somehow.
Oh dear.
That's when you know we spend too much time.
You spend too much time together.
For sure. I seriously just pick up a shirt and put it on because I'm barely functional at 7:45 in the morning.
I grab whatever fits now.
You grab whatever fits now. Oh, that's true, right? That's true. So we don't know how today is going to go court-wise. Everyone seems to be a little confused because we know that there is going to be because we had a half day yesterday because apparently there was some confusion with witnesses not being there. So the judge said that today they would bring in a blood DNA kind of person, blood serum specialist, some sort of science person is going to be in today on the stand. But also the jury is going to go to this place. There we go.
the Albert Schoolhouse.
34 Fairview behind me there. So the jury is supposed to go to the site today, apparently, but the order of what they're doing and when, we don't know. So we'll find out with everybody else at 9:00. If it ends up being that the jury is going to go see everything in the morning, we're probably going to take a break and come back because I don't know if I have it in me to entertain you guys for 3 or 4 hours.
She's been a busy lady.
I have been a busy lady, but it's fine. Happy Friday, everybody. By the way, did you notice I'm not green anymore?
You're not green anymore.
I know.
What did you do?
There was a button.
Oh,
okay. It
okay.
needed to be pushed that I didn't push. That's what it was.
Fair enough.
So I've just looked like I've been green for.
Was it the I have a green screen button?
Yeah. Sure was.
Okay.
Sure. The one checkbox on the whole thing that I did not click. So that happened. But I'm not green anymore. And I don't think we're gonna get my imaginary chair crow.
Huh.
So I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. I have elbow feet home right now. He's not used to this yet. I don't know what he was laughing about. I hope he wasn't laughing about us. But I'm not.
I'm not.
I also think I fixed my typing issue.
Was there a button for that too?
Do you hear that?
Very low.
Very low. Barely, that's good enough.
Barely at all.
All right. Well, the keyboard makers on Amazon are not getting a bad review because guess what? It was also because there was a box check that shouldn't be checked.
Where's that box?
In settings, it was like suppressed
Huh.
voice or noises or something. I don't know what it was.
Oh, okay. Well, cool.
Yeah, so I guess we solved some problems. So now I no longer have green hair, and you guys won't hear my supposedly quiet keyboard. I might still leave a review anyway. It's kind of annoying. But yeah, so sorry. Let's do a quick recap of yesterday
Mm-hmm.
in case anyone has forgot. Because yesterday was a very interesting day in court. So in the morning, they brought back, oh my goodness, uh, Whitley, who was like the fire chief or something like that. And they asked a lot of confusing questions on cross examination. And basically, what they boiled down to is, he said that Karen would be like, you know, could he have hypothermia and been alive all those hours or something? I'm paraphrasing, something along those lines. But he was stating it as a declarative statement instead of an actual question, which makes a huge difference of what if somebody's asking a question, right? That doesn't mean like anyway. So he ended up getting a little frustrated on the stand. Um, he is also good friends with Carrie Roberts, who was on the stand the other
Mm.
day. Was asked if they had any secret meetings. He said no. Um, so that was kind of what went on with him. The next up was Gene DeMollis, who was the GM for McCarthy's, one of the first bar that apparently they all go to at night. She just said, yes, this is video. This is the rush. She's just verifying probably the security cam video that they're going to play later in the trial. We did not see any of that video. She just confirmed it was the place. Then they brought on Bridget Meehan. Same thing. She was from the Waterfall Bar and Grill. She was just there to say, yep, that's my bar. But they didn't play the video, which we found very annoying because now you want to see the videos, right? They just said they were there. Why aren't we going to see them right away?
Mm-hmm.
No. Instead, they go in and call Michael Camarino, who is a friend of John's, an old friend. He had went over to John's house that day because his daughter and John's niece had both been accepted into the same school. And so they were very excited about that. And then Michael and John end up going out to McCarthy's. He was asked about Karen and their relationship. He said Karen was fine, like he didn't have any problems with her. He would let his kids around her and stay the night at her house or something like that. He said, he thought their relationship was fine. He didn't know of there being any troubles or anything like that. He didn't know anything behind closed doors. He thought everything's peachy. Um, so on the morning of John's death, he woke up from several missed calls from his wife and from Karen. He did say that Karen, seemed very distraught, or I'm sorry, that John's niece looked very distraught. And so he was just kind of around the family the next day. Nothing too crazy. He was a little emotional on the stand. I mean, he didn't really seem too relevant to the case, just that him and John went to the bar. Like, that was about it. So we were very annoyed. Like, why didn't we get the bar videos instead of,
That would have been the perfect place to put it.
Yeah. But nope, because we're very confused about the prosecution's order of witnesses. It's Not making any sense. So then Garino comes on. He was on the other day. He's the Cellbrite data cell phone guy, who does not have a very good reputation. Things seem to disappear or not be available, but that's another story. So we got to read all the text messages between Karen and John that day leading up to them going to the bar. Okay. And there's some sort of argument they got into. Apparently, he was kind of upset with Karen because she spoils his niece and nephew. Oh no. She like buys
Yeah.
them nice sweaters and Starbucks. Like she's not your typical, she likes them. And he apparently was not very fond of that.
She was worried about them getting spoiled.
Yeah. Which, I mean, yeah, you don't want spoiled kids, but also these kids have been through a lot. Like, okay. And they're trying to make it seem like, oh, there was arguing. Clearly, there was stuff going on between them before the bar. And yeah, they seemed there was a strain going on in the relationship. John is like, are you happy? I don't know if things are right. Does seem to kind of be questioning things. And she just wants to talk to him about it. She does call him, it's a little annoying. All right.
A lot.
She calls him a lot.
Yeah.
It's a little too much, girl. A little too much. But I don't think they showed, I mean, she didn't use any curse words with him or call him names or, and then he just kind of kept pushing her away, right? She was like, do you want to go out tonight? I don't want to come to the house with the kids because that seems to cause problems in our relationship, but I want to spend time with you. So she's trying to find like some compromise with him. And he wasn't playing along. And then she's trying to see like, oh, like, do you want to go out tonight? She kept asking, do you want to go out? And he's like, come here, Karen. And she's like, I don't want to. And then by the time he does, him and Michael go to the bar, he's like, are you coming to the bar? Because I was expecting you to be my ride. And then he gets upset because she has a plumber over. Oh, and he used so many eye roll emojis at not the good time. Not a good time at all.
No.
I would have been pretty pissed if that was me and elbow feet in this situation. He would have gotten some words for that. But even then, on a scale of like dramatics, I put these text messages at like a 3. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't seem, I get that they're arguing, but it did not seem problematic to me. Just maybe a lot of talking that day. So those were very interesting to read. And then afterwards, Brennan, the prosecutor, plays some interview clips of Karen. And this is not great for Karen. Okay. So Karen does these interviews with 2020 and I think ID Discovery. And she's talking about how much she had to drink that night. And she says, they're saying I had more to drink, but what I really had was, I think she said a vodka tonic. And then she thought it was too weak. So she added shots to her drink. And by her alcohol math, she's like, I only had 3 or 4 drinks, but most of them were like double, triple shot drinks, which is like 7, 8 drinks. So not great.
Not great.
Not great. Not great to try to downplay it and be like, oh, it was weak. I was fine. Like, girl, come on. And don't get me wrong. I'm one of those, I always usually order an extra shot in my drink as well. I'm not judging her. Like, I do that too. But like, come on. You shouldn't have said this on an interview. And then she talked about how, yeah, she had a lot to drink, but she didn't get on the highway because she knew that she shouldn't have been driving, but it's okay because cameras will show she wasn't driving recklessly. It just was not good for her. Okay. Because she is facing a DUI charge. And those interviews are enough to solidify checking the guilty box for that one. I don't know. Her tone when she said it and it was not a good look for her we don't know how the defense is going to overcome what she was saying.
I don't know that they're going to on that one.
Well, that's also a very good point. Their best case scenario is ignore it. But then it raises
Try to make
questions,
it, yeah.
right? They're bringing in these interview clips, which is, again, you get in trouble. Don't do an interview, okay? Don't do it. Stop it. Stop doing that. They have more interview segments to show throughout the trial. She might have to take the stand, depending what they show. I mean, I'm not at a point where I need her to take the stand or clarify anything at the moment, but you know, they are using her own words against her. And so that's not great. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning. Good morning.
What's
Also,
up,
good
Lay?
morning to Amos. We see you. Yeah, those clips aren't helping. It wasn't great. And then, so after they play these clips, right, that's when we find out there's no more witnesses for the day. And the prosecution really ended on a banger yesterday. They came out on top of yesterday. Not by much, like, but oof, not great. Not great. Yeah, so that was pretty much yesterday. Again, today, we're going to have some sort of blood tech expert person in, and then the jury's going to see 34 Fairview. So, and the car will be there too.
Oh,
so yeah, her car will be there.
okay.
I believe. So, because they still have.
I missed that yesterday.
What do you think? So they still have her car. Do you think she still has to make payments and everything on it?
No, right? Because it was seized by the state or by the.
How does that work? Does anybody know?
That's a great question that I've never thought about. I have no idea.
Right.
But it's funny that they still have her car, but they lost so much other stuff.
I know,
they
right?
have it.
Isn't that cute? That's so cute. Lady in Gray says, I saw something last night that those clips are also allowing the jury to hear Lori without her taking the stand as a plus, but I don't know. Oh, in the Lori Vallow trial, yeah, we saw some police interviews with her there. That's also why when you talk to the police, it doesn't matter if you are guilty of the crime or you are innocent of the crime. Everything you say can and will, the key words, be used against you. So ask for a lawyer. And then when your lawyer tells you to do these interviews, don't do it. I don't know why they let her do this. It's crazy. But yeah, they still have her car, which is very, very interesting. So, what a shit show. Oh my goodness.
Let's see if I can order coffee from my husband. Like, are you awake yet?
Your own personal barista.
I mean,
I'm sure he loves that. Like, babe, I'm working from home.
Yeah, babe, no, he's off on Fridays.
Well, that's right. That's right. That's right. But also, in fairness, you're making a human being. So,
yes.
Come on, Mr. Annie.
Yeah, 24/7, all the time.
Oh, yeah, you're working all the time, creating a body. I mean, come on.
9 months tomorrow, man.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because what? The due date's in a month from yesterday. Right?
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah.
And then we'll have our first couch tour with Llama, baby. I love that. That's great. Well, we got some time to kill. You guys remember the other day, I told you all that the Gilgo Beach unidentified Jane Doe and Baby Joe, aka known as Peaches and Baby Doe, were going to be announced who they were. So I actually have the article about it, if you guys want me to read it to you, because there's a lot going on here.
Yes, please.
All right. So I will leave you in charge of comments, and
Okay.
I will give you guys this Gilgo Beach update because it's very this has been trying to find out their identities, I think 30 years. So that's just such a big break, and let some people have answers. So let's find out about these new identified does. All right, so the Go-Go Beach victims, known only as Peaches, and her toddler daughter, Baby Doe, have finally been named almost 3 decades after some of their remains were first found on Long Island. U.S. Army veteran Tanya Denise Jackson, 26, and her 2-year-old daughter, Tatiana Marie Dykes, were identified in a bombshell press briefing held by Nassau County officials Wednesday in what marks the latest development linked to the notorious Gilgo Beach serial killer case. I didn't realize the child was 2. I always thought when they said baby.
Baby.
I mean, 2's still baby. 2's still very much a baby.
But it's not an infant.
Yeah. So the huge breakthrough comes after Tanya's dismembered torso with her distinctive peach tattoo was found in a Rubbermaid container in Hempstead Lake State Park, Lakeview, in 1997. Around 14 years later, at the height of the search for Gilgo Beach serial killer victims, more of her remains and little Tatiana's skeletal remains were found along Ocean Parkway. Now, 27 years on, the victim's family finally have names. Tanya was a 26-year-old single mother and U.S. Army veteran, originally from Alabama and living in Brooklyn, New York at the time of the murder. She served honorably in the military from July 1993 to February 1995, including at the Army bases Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio, Fort Gordon in Augusta, Georgia, and Fort Leonard Wood in the Missouri Ozarks. While living in Brooklyn, she is believed to have been working at a doctor's office, officials said. She drove a black 1991 Geo Storm. And I'm giving you all these details because the cops or investigators want to know if anybody knows anything. So if any of this sounds familiar, probably let somebody know. Her daughter, Tatiana, was born in Texas in March 1995 and was just 2 years old at the time of her death. Suspected Gilgo Beach serial killer Rex Heuermann, who has so far been charged with the murders of 7 women on Long Island between 1993 and 2010, has not been charged in connection to their deaths, Tatiana and Tanya. Officials said at Wednesday's briefing that while the victims have long been linked to the Gilgo Beach serial killer case due to where their remains were found, we are not discounting that the murders could be unrelated, which I think is smart of them to not assume, take the easy route and assume that they're all related to Heuermann. Nassau County Homicide Detective Captain Stephen Fitzpatrick wouldn't rule out that Heuermann might be responsible for the killings. I am not saying it is Rex Heuermann, and I am not saying it is not. We are proceeding that it is not and keeping our eyes wide open. We are proceeding as we do every other investigation. I'm not saying it is him. I am not saying it is not him. We are in touch with Suffolk County on a regular basis. We meet with them on a regular basis. This guy keeps repeating everything. We compare our notes and our evidence, and we both are pursuing this case together. A $25,000 Crime Stoppers reward is now being offered for information leading to the mom and daughter's killer or killers. Nassau County officials said they will continue to work closely with local and federal law enforcement agencies. The reality is our work has really just begun. So they go on to say that knowing the identities of the mother and the baby is the first step. She urged anyone who knew Tanya, if you worked with her, if you met her at the grocery store, if you had an interaction with her, please let us know. Them, not us. Don't give us that information.
How do you remember that from so long ago?
I know. But maybe something, right? Officials now also urge anyone who might have served with Tanya in the military to get in contact. She also had ties in Georgia. So they revealed that the mom and daughter had been identified from the murders thanks to investigative I can't say this word right now. Genealogy.
Genealogy.
It is too early, you guys. An investigative method first made famous in the Golden State Killer case, which I assume most of us knows about. The father of the child has also been identified and is cooperating with the investigation. At the time of the murders in 1997, Tanya was estranged from her family and the father of her child. And so neither she nor the infant were ever reported missing. So that also can help explain why no one has identified her. She wasn't in any, databases. So now the mom and daughter's remains have been buried at Alabama State Veterans Memorial Cemetery at Spanish Fort, Alabama, with military honors. I don't know why that makes me choke up just right now. That is so sweet.
Because it's sweet, yeah.
It is so sweet after spending 30 years in a death field. Good morning, Bali. Good morning. Okay, I composed myself. I wasn't expecting that to hit. Okay, so they go on to say a relative of the victims declined to comment, but the DA said, today is a bittersweet day. Today, after decades, we are finally going to be able to tell you the identities of the two victims back in 97. When asked how long investigators had known the identities of Peaches and the toddler, Nassau County Commanding Officer of the Homicide Squad, Stephen Fitzpatrick, told the Daily Mail before the briefing, we had it for a while and have been catching up on 27 years of investigation. Question, do you hear the train?
No.
Oh, nice. All right. So
I live right next to train tracks too, but they're a little further than yours, so I can never tell if it's mine or yours.
Oh, well, it's going right now because I changed my microphone settings. So if you didn't hear
That's funny,
because it's loud today. The airplanes and the trains are very loud. Okay, where was I? So they've known actually the identities of these two for a little while now, and they're just now revealing it. I'm assuming because they wanted to contact family and friends and all of that. So let's see. It was June 28, 1997, when a hiker found the dismembered torso of a woman inside a black plastic bag in a Rubbermaid container dumped in a wooded area of Hempstead. She was estimated to have been killed around 3 days earlier. And then, as we know, she had the tattoo of a peach on her left breast. Inside the container was also a floral pattern pillowcase and a red towel. Oh, in 2011, the victim's arms and legs were found on the north side of Ocean Parkway. Obviously, they just talk more about. That is so loud. You guys can't hear that? Oh my goodness. So there appeared to be. Let's see. Sought relatives of a dead man in connection with the victims. Okay, so that's all they really did. So yeah, that is the update on that. I'm not going to read the rest of that. It's pretty much just summarizing what all has happened. So yeah, Lady in Gray says the only one of these people who hasn't been ID'd is Asian Doe, the young Asian male. Yes, because how many bodies are there? 11. He's been charged with 7. I know the one he hasn't been charged with. I forget her name. She's the one who kind of kicked the whole thing off because she made the 911 call, which is so scary to listen to. It's very scary to listen to, but they didn't find her till later, I think. Oh, good morning, Sam. Good morning. We got the ceiling fan in court. Court hasn't started yet. We will see what they tell us we're even doing today because we don't know.
All right.
We don't know. You guys have any good fun weekend plans?
We don't.
Oh,
I'm like, not us.
not us. My little llama gets back late tonight from Arizona.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's where he's been all week. Hello, Ms. Lurker Extraordinaire. Ooh, I like that name. That's a fun name. Hello and welcome.
I know.
Hello and welcome. I always love people's handles. People just get so creative, right? I love it. I love it, Ms. Lurker Extraordinaire.
Like Harry.
Like, yeah, where is Harry? Harry hasn't been around in 2 days. Where are you at, Harry? So yeah, we already did a recap of what happened yesterday with the Karen Reed witnesses, and I just got done reading the identities of the latest Gilgo Beach Peaches and Baby Jane Doe identities. So I think it's smart that the police there are not assuming that it's Rex.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since we're here in the Karen Reed trial, where it seems like investigation is
questionable.
Very questionable.
At best.
Very questionable at best. I guess I'm glad that they are giving her and her baby the due diligence of trying to figure out.
Assuming and being done with it.
Assuming and being done with it, right? Because, I mean, he's already been charged with 7 deaths, right? At this point, do they even need to? But it seems like they at least want to get answers and justice for these two. And maybe it wasn't Rex, right? I mean,
yeah.
I don't believe that he did stuff with Rubbermaid containers, but if I remember right, for the time span, the manner of disposal, if you will, did vary amongst the victims. So Lady in Gray says, I think it's very possible it wasn't Rex Huerman. She doesn't fit the rest of the victims, and there is a baby involved. Yeah, we know that the majority of the victims were sex workers. We don't know that she wasn't. I mean, she worked at a doctor's office, but she is a single mom. We don't know. But that is the only child. So that does make it a little different there. So I'm glad that they're just not assuming and trying to take the easy way. You're in the coffee car line at like First Starbucks.
I'll have a caramel latte with an extra shot. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Iced. Cold coffee.
A venti white chocolate mocha. No whipped cream for me, please. And thank you. Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, if you're going to Starbucks, it's a caramel macchiato. If you're going anywhere else.
Oh, we got court, y'all.
I'd like you to unmute your microphone. You are unmuted.
Okay.
You are unmuted.
Good morning.
For the record, it looks like it's raining.
Is Como versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you. So, good morning. I heard the counsel wanted to see me about something.
Yes, please.
All right. Why don't you come on over to sidebar?
Sidebar.
Sidebar.
Looks very gloomy out there today. It's gloomy.
Oh, it does. My favorite. It's not gloomy here.
Oh.
Gloomy days are my favorite.
Feet's yelling in the other room. Sidebar.
Sidebar. Is he watching?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, look, there's nobody in that courtroom right now.
Wow.
Okay. Okay. That's interesting.
Watching live.
You're watching live on live, some weird Inception thing. Okay, there is no weirdo. That's Elbow Feet. He's a real person.
Best seats in the house.
Good morning again, Blessed Assurance.
Hello, welcome back, Blessed Insurance. Assurance, not insurance.
Blessed Insurance.
I'll give everyone a warning now. Words are very hard for me. Apparently. Blessed Insurance. Oh my goodness.
We're hoping to find out. We don't know. We don't know what today's layout looks like.
No. Well, okay. So yesterday they said that the jury was going to go to 34 Fairview, see the place. The car was going to be there. But then yesterday they were, had confusion about the witnesses. And before we left yesterday, they said that a blood expert of some kind, I don't know if it's spatter or DNA, I don't know, some blood scientist person, expert, is available today. So we don't know. We have no idea what's going on today. Which, everybody told me, by the way, this courtroom does everything doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. They do not.
Not
They
yet.
have not this
anyway.
week. Not this week. This week has been all over the freaking place, messing up our schedules. So we don't know what's going on. So we're just going to hang out, see what's up, showed up to court. I'm thinking since there's not people in the gallery and that they're viewing first. I have a good feeling about that. It's early and words are hard, bless assurance. It is. It is. I think I've talked more this week than I have in the last month.
Yeah. Oh, I guess we're muted again. Okay.
Yes, to talk about the cutting edge tech of DNA. You guys ever watch Forensic Files? There's like 25 seasons of Forensic Files, right? Spans over years. And every single episode, they're like, and the case was solved with the cutting edge of DNA for like every episode for like 15 years. I don't think you can keep calling it cutting edge.
It's not cutting edge. I think it's not cutting edge anymore.
Oh, we love to watch Forensic Files and make fun of it. That's one of our favorite. And then we do the Jurassic Park on Mr. DNA. Oh my goodness. Annie looks like she's sitting in court. She did earlier.
That's fine.
Oh goodness. Yeah. So we don't know. We don't know what's going on today, but that's okay. It's Friday. So just hang out. I didn't even do my hair this morning. That's how much I'm ready for the weekend.
I put oil in mine because it was really frizzy. That's
Yeah, mine is too today. I was just
North
like, whatever.
Carolina.
It's Friday. Messy hair. Don't care.
I
Let it
retrieved
out.
snacks. So
What snacks? Your hot
I
fries?
said I do have my snacks now.
Oh, you have your. Did he bring you coffee?
He's making me coffee.
Oh,
He has to
Mr.
go.
Annie, you are so sweet.
It's like I'm making his child.
It's almost like that. I know. Mr. Llama over there. Well, I already have coffee. I don't need anything from him, but I just want to say.
You have his support.
Support and distraction, I guess. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, here he goes. I can hear him walking.
You want to make a baby?
What? No. Just,
This is not that kind of content, Elbow
this is
Beat.
not the only fan. This is a different only fan time.
He was ready.
I mean, I guess we need the
Subscribe to our
views.
Patreon.
So subscribe to our Patreon. Shut up.
Oh dear.
Oh my goodness. You guys.
Terry
you see him
True
in
Crime is
chat.
going to pop in here in a minute.
You guys see him in chat. He is very much exactly like that in real life.
He is a funny dude.
That he is. That he is. I love his stupid face. And then Monday, well, we know Monday for this trial, we're going to have a half day with the jurors. And then in the afternoon, they're doing voir dire for the ARCA people. So, thanks, babes. Get a room.
Get a room.
We're out of
Not the
control.
courtroom.
Not the courtroom. Not the courtroom. No. Just kidding. The long arm of the law. Anyhow, what do you guys want to talk about? Yeah, I know. I know.
He's
All right,
my
well, I'll go ahead
goodness.
and I'll promo our Sunday show. Sunday at 9:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will be back here doing our last episode for now about the Zizian cult, Zizians Unveiled. It's a really crazy story, you guys. If you haven't checked it out yet, you can go to the playlist and watch all of our episodes. It is about this trans vegan rationalist anarchist cult. These people are so freaking smart, but also so weird
Nuts.
and nuts.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. Okay. And there's been 1, 2, 3, 4 people murdered, straight up murdered, for no reason. 2 of the members have died in the process of committing these crimes. And the rest, right now, everybody else is in jail. So, and there's fake deaths. There's living on boats and living on box trucks and brain mental tech stuff. Oh my gosh, you guys, it's so much. I can't recommend it enough. It's a lot of hours, but I promise you, like, it's worth it. It's insane. So this Sunday, 9:00 p.m. Eastern, you can join me, Terry, JT, and the lovely Miss Cap'n. Will be back to discuss all of that noise. And then, okay, well, this isn't necessarily about me because I won't be able to make it. But if you live in the Austin, Texas area, JT and Terry on May 3rd are going to be doing a live in-person show of True Crime and Wine Time. And they're going to be at Hamilton Pool Vineyards covering the Austin yogurt shop murders that's unsolved. I don't know if anybody is familiar with this case, but oof, it's something. And then they'll be here in Ohio in July 19th, I think, in Marion, Ohio at Blend of Seven Winery. I'll be there. Elbow Feet will be there. JT and Terry will be there.
I think Cap'n said she might go. Who knows?
Amy is going to be, VIP Amy is going to be coming down. It's going to be a real big party. I think we're going to get like a big Airbnb. So, Captain, if you are coming, let us know.
How fun!
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we live here, but I was like, but I want to stay with everybody else. I don't want to leave my friends who I never actually
get to hang out.
Yeah. So it's going to be a wild time in Ohio. So if tickets are available.
I'm a little jealous.
I know.
That's fine.
Stupid baby.
Stupid.
It'll be a stupid cute baby.
Stupid cute baby.
Stupid cute.
No, I'm excited because we're going to hear all about it.
Oh, I'm sure we'll go live for our members. I can probably assure you that we'll probably go live for behind the scenes with the members. Which, speaking of, if you're not a member, you can click the join button and become a member. I know, Sam. I wish everyone could come.
That would
that would be so amazing and awesome. I would love to meet and
that Airbnb would be spectacular.
You know, right? I don't know if we can all fit in one place. Like our personalities, I don't know. It would be a lot of fun. Shoot, what was I just talking about? Oh no. Becoming a member. So,
I was like this.
You guys. No, if you can click the join button, we have different tiers of members. So right now we do like one members only hangout a month. We just kind of have a good time. You get to learn stories from us that maybe nobody should probably hear. The live shows I was just describing in Texas and in Ohio, you can't come. That's okay. Because guess what? We're going to live stream the event for our members. So if you don't want to miss that, definitely become a member. I'm also probably going to throw together some Zizian cult member only stuff, including reading the Harry Potter fan fiction with some of our friends. So yeah, definitely do that. It's a good time. We got a lot of content coming our way.
Ooh, this weekend we'll probably stream on the courtyard.
Oh, yes.
So join that.
Yes. Join our Discord. So we also run a little Discord server. Sorry, pardon me. Where, you know, it's like our little community. We discuss a lot of true crime. We have case information if you want to take any deep dives. We also get together and stream movies, TV shows, docs together. It's not always true crime, because also a bunch of us are nerds. So sometimes it'll just be cartoons or other things. But Annie's gonna, or one of us, just need to volunteer Annie there. One of us will be.
I think I volunteered myself first.
Did you? Okay. I couldn't remember, and I was like, "Oh no, did she say that?"
Yeah.
Let me take that back real quick.
We're gonna do the
I just said
Karen
that
Reed.
live on YouTube.
I know. No, we're gonna do the Karen Reed documentary. I think.
The HBO
I'm pretty
Max
sure that's
one.
what I said. Yes, the
Yeah, I
HBO
think
Max.
it's A Body in the Snow, I think is the title of it.
So we'll do that this weekend.
Yeah, it's 5 episodes. It follows Karen and her defense team throughout the first trial. So if you want some behind the scenes, come watch it with us. We have a lot of fun, you guys. Nerds United, Nerds Rule the World. That's right. We've streamed what? Severance, Yellow Jackets, Game of Thrones,
Bob's Burgers.
Bob's Burgers. Oh my gosh, we spent like 6 months watching all the Bob's Burgers, which is amazing.
That one was my favorite.
But yeah,
Community.
we watched all sorts of stuff. No, we didn't watch Community together. You and I didn't.
Oh,
watched
no,
that
that's
on your
weird. I had
own,
to
yeah.
catch up. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'll totally watch it again with you. I've only seen it like 25 times. Harry Potter. That's right. We did stream all the Harry Potters that Terry did not attend. And Doctor Who. Yeah. So we're nerdy. We're not just true crime nerds. We are nerds. Are you frozen, Annie? Are you sneezing? Oh, you were frozen. You were frozen like this.
No, I was I accidentally clicked over here on my screen. I turned on airplane mode.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I just thought you were frozen, so.
Well, I was, but it was user error.
Okay. Well, I know all about those today and this week. Just click the right buttons, guys. They're there for a reason. Yeah, so I'm thinking that they're going to show the jury the place first. So I don't know how everyone else got the memo about that, though, and you not show up. It would have been nice if we got the memo. I could have slept in. That's okay.
I know.
You know what's going to happen? It's tomorrow and Sunday, right? Because I've had to set an alarm clock this week, and it's rough. And you know damn well, tomorrow and Sunday, I am just going to freaking wake up. No, I'm going to end up waking up at like 7:30 in the morning, probably.
Oh, no.
Because that's how that works. You know, it's never on the days you want to just be awake and moving around. No. Chat, you guys have any big weekend plans? How you spending your all weekend? What are you going to do without us for 2 days? Oh, that's right. Come hang out with us in the courtyard. That's what you can do. Oh, goodness. I hope they at least give us like some sort of update of what's happening. Oh, goodness.
Oh, excuse me. Good grief.
Oh. Lady in Gray is going to be researching and writing. By the way, I'll probably be reaching out to you tomorrow, Lady in Gray. Just so you know. Speaking of research and writing,
Yeah.
the llama will probably be sliding into your DMs tomorrow, probably. Last night, it's also another reason why I'm all like, because we had a show last night. We had the True Crime and Wine Time show that we do every Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern. And we cover the case of Austin Lee Edwards. Oh, you guys, what a garbage person he is. Oh, it was something. It was quite the story. It is dark, and scary. But it was really good, and it was really good to learn about. I think there's a lot to take away from that, especially like online relationships and people that you meet on the internet, as the person you are meeting on the internet is telling you this right now. That's kind of ironic now that I think about it, but it was very good. So if you haven't seen it yet, maybe when we're done with court today, you can go back and be part of the replay crew, because we also love our replay crew as well. He is a garbage person. Oh my gosh, what a scumbag. Oh.
Yes, please.
It looks like Karen is also wearing flowers today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
What? You absolutely did not. Come on.
So anything? They're going to tell us anything. Anything at all. Just something. Okay. I guess not. Okay. Sorry, guys. Court is not very riveting this morning.
All rise to your attention.
Oh, okay. Bring the jury. I remember that from the Murdaugh trial. Judge Newman would always say that. I loved it.
Okay,
like
so we're
him.
still on a fan.
We're still on a fan. No, the jury's coming in right now.
Oh, cool. I have my
So-
coffee. Everything is good in the world.
Everything is back to being perfect. Yes, guys, if you haven't pressed the like button yet, please do. Satisfies the YouTube gods and puts us high up in the algorithm so people can find our video amongst the thousands and thousands of...
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoli, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. When we leave you out there, we're very much aware that we're leaving you in another room waiting, but we were working this morning to help streamline things, and we were successful, so we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone nodded affirmatively or said yes. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did any of you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you. Everyone said no. All right, folks, as you know, this morning we are going on a view. And a view is simply, we're going to a place that you've heard about and that you will continue to hear about during the course of the trial. The purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the course of the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. So the view that we're going on is part of the case, and it means that the observations that you make there can be used and considered by you in your deliberations on this case in reaching a verdict. So we're going to, you've heard, 34 Fairview Road in Canton. The lawyers and I will accompany you. For the Commonwealth, we'll be accompanied by Attorney Brennan, and ADA Lally, ADA Schillinger, and for the defense, Attorney Yannetti and Attorney Little. The lawyers will have the opportunity, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Brennan, have the opportunity to point out various things that they may want you to direct your attention to. Otherwise, there's no conversation between the lawyers and the jurors. So it's simply in a few minutes, you'll hear a little bit from each Mr. Brennan and Mr. Yannetti about what they want you to look at. And then when we get there, they'll direct you, look in this direction. They won't be able to testify to you, but they'll direct you on what they want you to look at. While you're in the view, you're not to take any notes, you're not to take any pictures, you're not to conduct any independent investigation at all during the view or any time during the trial. You're not to return to this scene or ask anybody to go back there for you. Today's your chance. You'll see photographs during the course of the trial, I bet, but today's your chance to really look at everything. So the best way to summarize a view is that your job is to simply stop and look. It's really no more complicated than that. So your responsibility is to see the place, observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. Now, during the trip to and from the view, and while at the view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it with other jurors. We'll be accompanied by court officers who will direct you, and the court officers are there for all of us. So you'll be under their supervision until you're returned back here. So that's basically it. We'll be leaving in a few minutes, but first, before Madam Clerk swears the court officers in, Mr. Brennan, do you want to make a view opening?
May I?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Her Honor explained to you, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. We have some exhibits that are already in evidence. You haven't had a long time to look at them, study them. But essentially, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. I ask you to pay attention to the street, the front yard of the home. And you'll see to the left side of the front yard in the corner, there'll be a car. It's the Lexus that we've spoken about, the defendant's Lexus. And you'll also see a flagpole and a fire hydrant. And so I'd ask you to take a look from different vantage points. Take a look from that area where the flagpole is, from where the fire hydrant is. And you'll see on the street before the grass is a little berm, concrete that comes up a little bit. I'd ask you just to note that when you go there. One thing I'd suggest is April 25th, 2025, not January 22nd, 2022. So the weather will be very different. The temperature will be different. The conditions will be different.
You mean it won't be snowing in April?
10 o'clock. It won't be the same visibility. It won't be the same elements and the same weather. So keep that in mind when you're looking around. When you look at the Lexus, a couple things I'd ask you to look at. There is some evidence already in photographs of the right rear tail light. When you look at that tail light, it will be different than the photograph that is in evidence. It has been removed, so it will appear differently, and you'll later get testimony explaining that process. Also, I'd ask you to make a note on the Lexus about the height of the bumper. I'd ask you to make note of the height of the right rear tail light. And I'd ask
Morning,
you above
Llama's
that,
mama.
to take note of on the top of the hatchback, there is a part that protrudes. I'd ask you to look at that as well. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's hot.
Good morning. As I told you at the start of the trial, my name is David Yannetti. I have an office in Boston and in Dedham.
I
And
think only in the courtroom.
on behalf of my co-counsel,
we will be accompanying you on the view that you will take today. Although the view is not evidence, I suggest to you that you will find it to be helpful, important, even necessary as you later do your investigation of this case within the four walls of this courtroom. You've already received in evidence, some photos and videos, but there is no substitute for your own two eyes. As we all know, photos and videos sometimes can be misleading in terms of relative distances, depending upon the perspective
Mother and
from which the
Llama.
photo is taken. But your eyes are the best computer that you could bring to the view. When we get to 34 Fairview, we will be pointing out certain things that we'd like you to observe. The house, the second floor window to that house, the 3 front doors in the front of the house, the driveway, the street, the front lawn, and the flagpole. And we'll be asking you specifically to consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn. The distance between the front doors to the house and that front lawn. The distance between the driveway to the front lawn. And we'll be asking you to take a good look at that Lexus. Just stand next to it. To size it up, to take it in. You were all selected as jurors because the parties entrusted that you would do a proper investigation of this case within this courtroom. On behalf of Ms. Reed, we have every confidence that you will do a proper investigation. Thank you.
All right, jurors, I have to make something very clear. So the purpose of this view is to help you better to understand the evidence that you'll hear during the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view you'll take is part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So at the end of the trial, when I explain to you what is evidence and what is not, I'll remind you that your observations on this view can be used by you in your deliberations. Also, while you're in the view, the same way you're not to take any notes or photographs, you're not to conduct any investigation on this case. You really are simply to stop and look, okay? Those are the instructions. We will see you in a few minutes. All right, thank you. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk has to swear in the court officers.
You could all raise your right hand, please. Do each of you solemnly swear that you will take the jury upon the premises in question and there suffer them to view the same or any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issue in the trial as the parties may think necessary, that you will not permit the parties to enter into a debate in the hearing of the jury, nor any person to speak to them unless it be the attorneys of record, then only to point out such places or things as they may deem expedient for the determination of the issues, that you will keep the jury together until they shall return to court, unless the court shall otherwise order, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, thank
All
you.
right, please. Jurors, follow me.
Okay,
All right. Well,
I guess they're going now.
I guess they're going now.
Bye.
Good. Oh, thank you. Goodbye to you, Zoom lady, whatever that was. Okay, so we don't know how long this is going to take. Super unhelpful. Or if there's even going to be the other testimony.
Field trip, woo!
I am just as good at sighing as Judge Canoni. Field trip, woohoo! Yeah, I guess so. We don't get to go, so that's disappointing. Rude, even. But understandable. We can't see the jury. That's inappropriate. So they're not allowed to walk the. They just gotta stand there and take it all.
I'll
in.
look it up. Let's see.
Quick wonder how far from the courthouse. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you'd think at least an hour. because you got to get everyone into the bus securely, safety, head counts, blah, 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 blah. Driving them there. I don't know how long they're going to let them stand and look. Oh, no. Let's start body camming field trips. Well, maybe if anyone was wearing a body cam in this entire investigation, that would have been helpful. A GoPro on the juror. Literally, they just get to take a glance and then leave. Once they agree, they have all stared at the scene. Okay, so that's annoying. And so, yeah, I don't think the lawyers get to talk to them at the thing. Maybe. They're not allowed to talk to one another.
It looks like a 16-minute drive.
Okay. So there's 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
By the time that's just a drive. So, yeah, we're looking at least an hour because I got to put 18 people on a bus.
Yep.
Or multiple vans.
They
I don't
are
know.
at the Norfolk County Superior Courthouse, right? I think so. I'm pretty sure.
So, yeah, I think so. I saw a picture of it. It's it is a really pretty courthouse, but it is small. I was like, oh, this is smaller than I thought.
Okay.
Well, kiddos, what do you want to do? Do you all want to just hang out and see? Or we can be back in an hour, or we can do whatever. I'm fine with whatever. You remember when OJ's lawyers staged that walkthrough? Yes, I do. Gosh, what a jury to be on. Oh my goodness, what a nightmare that would have been.
Sam. Sweet Southern Sammy.
At least you just don't pronounce Norfolk like Norfolk. Every time it gets me. Sorry. Gotta readjust my cushion here. How are you guys all feeling in the chat about week 1?
I'll say I'm unimpressed so far. There's only been one witness that I thought was credentially that I thought was credible. Or at least kept their credibility, and that was Michael? No. O'Keefe's friend.
Oh, that was Michael. The one from yesterday?
Yeah.
Michael Camarino, I think was his name.
Yeah.
He seemed fine.
But it's because he didn't have anything, he didn't really come at it from an angle, so.
No. Yes, ma'am. Allegedly. I don't even know if today's going to be.
Yeah, they may come back. They may not come back.
They didn't even say if there was going to be the witness that they said yesterday was going to be today. So we have no idea how today's going to go. But Monday's a half day for the jurors, but a full day of court because in the afternoon, I believe they're doing voir dire of the ARCA experts. So,
Lady Gray, we've also learned that memory gets better with time.
Oh, that's right. And it was not intentionally. I mean, it kind of tripped her up in my thing, but no, this first week has been, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Unimpressed all around. It's a mess. I mean, I'm not like unimpressed. I'm unimpressed with I don't know how to explain that. Like the witnesses, the order of it, like
it's a poor layout.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great.
Polypant says,
"Good morning, Spetty Roz. Hi, welcome. Just saw you last
hello
night,
to you,
and you're here now in the morning. Look at us, just hanging out all the time, going faster this time around. Yeah, I heard that the witnesses that we've seen, because Annie and I did not watch the first trial. But some of those that have said that the witnesses we saw this week, they didn't even come until like the middle of the trial. So are they not calling as many people this time around? I hope so. I mean, maybe they've learned to weed some of the witnesses out, right? Maybe people found them boring. I don't know. But aren't you glad you signed up for this as your first trial to stream? I mean, I am. Don't get me wrong. It's been an experience already. And I know it's going to be even more of an experience, but I am just like, what is going on here? So,
well, I'm excited for that. The ARCA agents.
Because they got to voir dire them about, oh gosh, what was it?
If we get them.
There was some communication between the ARCA people and the defense team, and the prosecutors all been out of shape about it, being like, I want all the text messages and phone calls. Something's going on here. And the defense was like, well, we weren't told that we needed to preserve any of this, but we did go ahead and make a summary. Oh, cat cam.
Sorry, y'all.
But the prosecutor was like, oh, I want all this. And the defense is like, there's nothing there. We were just scheduling things. So that's why there's a voir dire, I guess. If this is faster than last time, my goodness, I'm glad I jumped on the second round of the trial. Yeah, Buffy was saying Carrie Roberts was like witness 40 something or
yeah,
much further.
I don't know if it's going faster or if it's just a different order. So if you saw it the first time, it seems faster, you know?
Well, it seems like the only people they called for about the scene, right? Because so normally in trials, because we do watch a lot of trials, they'll call a couple of first responders, you know, different ones. We have not heard yet from a police officer, first responder. We've only heard from an EMT and the fire chief. There were like a bunch of people there, emergency people there. But those are the only two we've heard from, which is fine. I don't think I need to hear it from everyone.
I agree. Not, how many were on the witness list? 100 and something? I don't.
For the last trial? Oh, yeah. I have this one's witness list with numbers. Let me see real quick how many prosecutions.
I think the defense is going to be tedious this time around because I think every witness, as we've already seen, every single witness, they're going to go and you know, they're going to go at the credibility, which so far has been kind of hammering the same questions over and over, trying to get a slip up, which they have done a good job at excuse my cat, which they've done a great job at doing. But I think, you know, 40 witnesses in, we're going to be sick of hearing the same thing over and over and over again.
Yes, very much so. We haven't seen 15 people talking about snow and high top tables. And there was a band at the waterfall.
Yeah, these jokes keep getting made, and I don't get them yet. So
no,
I'm like, yeah, it looks like it was snowing. Why are we talking about it?
Because they haven't showed us the freaking bar videos yet. For some reason, we're clearly at that part of the story, and I don't know. And I wondered why they also took them to see the place today. I mean, that's neither here nor there. I've seen trials where they just kind of do it when it's possible to, because it's a lot of scheduling. It's a lot of planning to take jurors out in the public. So it's kind of okay that they take them to go see them when it may not be where they are in the testimony. That's not unusual. But I feel like probably still wasn't.
Lady and Grace says they did that last time early too.
The scene visiting? Okay. I mean, you know, makes sense. What about those videos Buffy posted yesterday? Those were pretty cool. I think we could play those if you want.
Why not?
Let me.
Oh no, Polly says the our videos are about as bad as the dash cam. No.
What year is it in Canton,
Oh my.
Massachusetts? Are they in
That
like
was
some time
awful.
bubble?
I mean, they just got body cams. I think the force my dad was on got him back in,
Yeah.
I don't know, probably somewhere between 2012 and 2016, maybe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like
Oof, that's harsh on
early.
my face right now.
Lady and Grace says absolutely. Yeah.
Thank
Nodding
you.
my head.
Well, not along with you. Yeah, this place is weird. This is like some weird time capsule of a place. They do things super weird. By the way, Amy, it looks like is being so wonderful and pulling up. So Buffy shared with us this what's the word I'm looking for? Reenactment-ish person who
Is
I
it
don't know how to
Buffy?
describe it. It's not Buffy. It's not
It
Buffy's
should be
reenactment.
Buffy.
But by the way, if you guys, speaking of, okay, oh my gosh, I love her so much. When she was on with us, not yesterday, but the day before, she did a wonderful reenactment of what it must have been like
Comedy
in the
gold.
car. Comedy freaking gold. Queen of comedy right there.
The queen of comedy.
The queen of comedy right there. She did a reenactment of Karen, Jen, and Carrie in the car, and the lovely Amos added visuals to the storytelling. It's under our videos. It's only 1 minute and 13 seconds long. It's so great and brilliant and wonderful. She says the queen of cringe. No, not at all. I think it's brilliant. I think it was brilliant. I loved it so much. My favorite part, my favorite part, Buffy, is the windshield wipers. When you go and the windshield wipers were going, whoop, whoop, whoop. Love it so much.
That was fantastic.
It was.
It came so nicely. It would just gold, absolute gold. Good job, Buffy.
Yeah, so go over, watch that video, and give it a like, just so Buffy
Captain is
encourage
also
her to come back on.
She is so funny. Oh my goodness.
I think we're all funny weirdos, and I love it.
Oof.
I love it.
Oh, the baby agrees.
Oh
my goodness. Or the coffee hit him. I really don't know. Oh, sorry, that one was aggressive.
Grace says Brennan told the jury to make note of how close Brian Albert's bedroom is to where John was found. It's quite close, actually. They will notice how small the yard is, but will they remember? Okay, so I did hear him mention something about the bedroom upstairs. I didn't put together that it was Brian Albert's bedroom. I don't even know if he said that. Just he did say, pay attention to the window, or the defense did. One of them just told the jury that. I don't know. She is witty and quick and fantabulous. So Amy, did you find those?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. He is doing that. Good Lord.
I don't know if she's listening to us.
Amy's. Okay, I thought that makes more sense to me. I was trying to figure out why Brennan would say that at all. I did, but okay. Yannetti. Okay.
But they did bring up that. Okay, so
that's right.
This lady, Buffy, shared this all with us last night after the show. Her channel's name is Asga Industry, so go give them a subscribe because it looks like they do some really awesome restaging sort of thing. She's done one for Karen Reed, maybe a couple. I think there were a couple she's done. But let's take a look because I'm at this point where like I need a visual. Like I need to know how close is his body to the road or how far away is it? It's kind of important.
This is a 3D illustration of the Karen Reed murder
Let's
scene.
see what she has to
say. A special thanks to Emily at True Crime for bringing this case to my attention. If you like my work, please follow.
Yes.
The time is around 12:30 a.m., and Karen Reed sits in her car approximately 60 feet past the home where John O'Keefe's body was found.
Okay.
This is based on the prosecutor's opening statements that Karen Reed's vehicle traveled 60 feet in reverse at 24 miles an hour when hitting John O'Keefe. Karen leaves and drives back to O'Keefe's house, where she goes to bed for the night.
Can you rewind that real
Supporters of
quick?
Karen Reed questioned these events. One thing is, it's reported his cell phone was found under his body instead of being thrown in a
Apparently not.
different direction.
That's okay.
She's so on it.
I'm sorry. I was trying to
I
change
wanna
the
know-
overlay. So go back to when she allegedly hits him. I'm sorry. I was trying to.
I want to know what this program they're using is,
I know. This is very cool.
and I want to
Okay.
pay for it so I can have it.
All right. So she's all the
when
way up
hitting John
there.
O'Keefe. Karen
Okay.
leaves and drives back to O'Keefe's house, where she goes to bed for the night. Supporters of Karen Reed questioned these events. One thing is, it's reported his cell phone was found under his body instead of being thrown in a different direction.
Mm-hmm.
Other things that don't make sense is how someone being so far down the road would stop, back up quickly with the intent of hitting someone, and then that person would just stand there and not get out of the way.
Right?
For me, one of the biggest questions is how it is possible that no one witnessed this. This wasn't some quiet night and everybody was in bed. There was nearly a dozen people in the home having a party. That's why Karen and John were there in the first place.
Wow.
Jennifer McCabe testified that she could see Karen Reed's car out front the door and that she was texting O'Keefe to park behind her car. Viewing this from another direction, you can see how Brian Higgins' Jeep is parked right in front of the mailbox. And as we move in and view this from the driveway, it seems unlikely that 12 people would leave the house and not have been able to see a body in the front yard.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Yeah,
this was a
okay.
night that it was snowing, and I wonder how Karen was able to accelerate so quickly without just spinning tires and warning O'Keefe of the impending danger.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for watching. You can support my work by purchasing items in my TikTok shop. You'll find this hat and many other items I use in there. Check it out. I think you'll like it.
Yeah,
Okay,
go
but what
support her. That's
programs do
pretty
you
awesome.
use?
Okay. So that is interesting.
This is an up.
Oh, okay. We got more. Oh no, wait.
Yeah,
that
she said
says
4 of them.
Sonia Massey murder.
Yes, ma'am, Buffy.
This is a 3D illustration of the Karen Reed murder trial. Please follow if you like my work. This is the home where the Karen Reed incident took place. Karen stated in her interviews that after arriving at 12:24 a.m., John got out of her vehicle and was going into the home to check things out. Walking up the driveway, he approached the door nearest to the garage. After entering the home, you realize it would be impossible to walk through to the basement and not be seen. Jennifer McCabe testified that she and others were sitting at the kitchen table, and that periodically was getting up and going to the front door. Here's an illustration of what you might see from the front door if John's body was there at this time. Continuing, we approach the stairs leading to the basement. This leads to the weight room where the defense believes John O'Keefe was attacked. It's assumed that they used this door, which leads to the backyard, to remove John's body from the basement to outside, where no one upstairs would be able to see. They then would continue to the side of the house, through the gate, which leads to the side of the house with the flagpole.
That seems like a lot of work,
Interesting.
though. Because he's a big dude. That's going to take multiple people to carry him there.
How in shape were the other cops?
That's my question. I don't know. It's a good question, though. But, I mean, that's a lot of work moving that body up those stairs around the house. And he's a big dude. So, there are more. Buffy's like, watch
Hi
all
guys,
the
this is a
videos.
3D illustration of
Watch
Trooper
them
Joe Paul's
all.
take on how the evidence shows Karen hit John O'Keefe.
Okay.
This is Trooper Joe Paul. He is the expert witness for the prosecution, and with all of his data points, we're going to show you his point of view on how this happened. Starting from this viewpoint in real time, Karen backs up hitting John and continues all the way to the edge of the driveway. Trooper Paul's opinion is that John has been sideswiped by the SUV, pushing him to the ground, hitting his head on the concrete, and causing him to be knocked unconscious. The trooper does little to explain how John's body was actually found 10 feet in the yard with his phone under him, other than that to say that's just how it happened. Zooming out and starting at the beginning, I added these blue marks to indicate each half second according to the expert's testimony. One of the things to take notice with this new data is how far Karen drove in reverse. Before Karen was reversing, she was driving away from John at 11 miles per hour according to this expert. So let's start at that point. John watches Karen drive away. He watches her come to a stop, pause for 2.5 seconds, and then start to reverse towards him. This moment of impact is going to create a lot of noise. Picture taking a bat and breaking out the rear taillight, or taking a glass and throwing it into the back of a vehicle, having it shatter.
Oh!
The amount of noise created by this would certainly be heard by those inside the house. All this data is based on key cycles that Trooper Paul claims represents this point of time, but the defense believes he's wrong on that, and in this next video I'm going to show you why. Now a little quick self-promotion. I'm trying to create a deal with Netflix for a documentary. They've already used some of my work in their Murdoch series, and engagement is certainly a metric they consider. So if you like my work, it'll go a very long way if you guys like, share, and comment, not just on this video, but any of my videos. And once again, thank you guys for watching and for following me.
I have seen her work before. I do remember that.
She does a great job.
She does do a great job. Oof. Boy, it's not great. Like, this is not helping. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's helping put things in perspective, or, you know, layouts and stuff, but like.
Did you guys put a link to her stuff in chat?
Oh, yeah. Amy, when you get, after we're done here, make sure you put her link in the chat so everyone can find it and subscribe to her.
Hi everyone, this is going to be a 3D animation of John being hit by a car. If you like my work, I'd really love it if you go to my TikTok shop and find something you might like. The support will go a long way in helping me continue to do this work, but if you can't, that's fine, and I just hope you enjoy the videos and continue to watch. Authorities believe John O'Keefe was hit by Karen Reed's car. It caused him to be thrown through the air, tumbling in such a way that when he hit the ground, he hit his head, causing serious injury. They showed some evidence of a broken taillight and some personal items of John's found at the scene. Looking at a model to illustrate the injuries, we heard in testimony that John sustained injuries to his arm, the eyes, and the back of his head. Let's look at the injuries to the arm. As a vehicle backs into John, we can see how the taillight would strike the side of his arm, breaking into sharp pieces and cutting him. Moving to this dent indicated in red, it's believed that this is where the glass John was holding hit the vehicle and shattered. Here's a photo of the prosecution's belief that this dent represents where the glass had hit the vehicle. Continuing with the prosecution's theory, John is hit and thrown into the air. When he comes back down, he strikes the back of his head, causing serious injury. This type of head injury will cause black eyes, commonly referred to as raccoon eyes. All of this seems possible, but there's a lot of missing things that don't make sense. For instance, the lack of injuries being shown here in red. You would expect to see many injuries, some on the hips, the elbows, the shoulders, and the rib cage. Especially if your ribs and arm were hit with such force that you were knocked out of your shoes and thrown 20 feet to the ground.
For sure.
It's also the lack of evidence on the clothing. There's no abrasions, scrapes, tears, or stains that would indicate sliding on the ground. I personally question that a glass in one's hand could cause this pattern of dents and chipped paint. After all, the hand surrounds the glass like a layer of padding, and the speed is no more than tossing a softball 12 feet into the air and letting it hit the ground.
So that's something we haven't heard yet.
Lastly, this is presumed to have happened at 12:40 a.m. At this time, Jennifer McCabe was diligent in seeing John O'Keefe, standing at the front door and watching for him. Even seeing him, she texts him to park behind her.
Chat, do they do these kind of videos in the trial? Like, is there anyone who makes these for the trial? Because I feel like that's important.
Somebody, we need to send it to the, where's Terry to send this to the defense?
Buffy says no.
What?
No. Nobody's made. Like, I understand they may not want to use third parties or whatever, but like, even no. Wow. That's interesting.
Of course.
Brennan is changing this to 12:36 rather than 12:40. That's convenient. I mean, either way, she's looking 4 minutes later. I don't know if that actually helps, right? So he's changing it from, Lady in Gray says, I think Brennan is changing it from 12:36. Oh, changing it to 4 minutes earlier. Whatever. They still should have seen. He's right there. He's right there. Okay.
Was that the one that she was talking about here? Amy, she said, watch both the Karen Reed trial episode as well as episode 2. Well, I'm already on it. Hi, 80s. Polly says, ARCA testifies to the reenactments. Reenactments they do in their facilities, but don't show the demonstrations. So, okay, so is there a second one then, Lady in Gray? Or was that the second one?
Hmm.
80s stops by to say hi.
Hi, 80s. Hello.
Well, Amos is just on top of it, and I am just here watching, so.
We're just here. Does anybody else, when you get phone numbers that you don't know who they are, you Google the phone number to see if you're going to answer it or not?
Yes.
Like,
Aww.
who's calling me?
Well, that was great. Do you guys have anything else you want to watch?
Jen and Karen had a conversation. Karen said,
I don't think that.
Never mind. I see what she's doing.
Yeah. We should probably just
There we go.
Oh, okay. We'll show you guys this, but then you need to go watch it yourself again and like the video and leave a comment. Okay, that'd be great.
said, I left him at the waterfall. Jen said, no, you didn't. I saw you outside of my sister's house. Karen's like, oh, let's go back to that house then. Jen said, yes, let's go back. Dramatic reenactment.
I love it
Let's
so much.
go back to the house. Yes, let's do it. But we're all going to take one car, not two cars, because there's a blizzard. So they all get back in the car and they go driving. And as they're driving back to 34 Fairview, they're all driving. It's Karen screaming in the back. And what's her face is saying, shut up, Karen, you're freaking out for no reason. And she's still freaking out. And as they're driving, windshield wipers, and they're just screaming at her. And they pass up John's body. And Karen's like, let me this car. She batshit crazy. And then she gets out and runs to John. So, yeah.
I need Buffy's dramatic reenactments for everything. Look at that. Even we agree with our past selves. So yeah, go find that video under our videos on True Crime in Wine Time and give it a like and a comment so we can. So Buffy will continue to do this show with Karen. Us. She's really like, oh, I'm not coming on ever again. No, I'm just kidding. So see, we have fun here at Couch Court. We're not too serious. We have fun when we can.
The pictures and like the overlay of that, that was spectacular too. Great addition.
Shut up, Karen. Oh, it's great.
Oh my.
That's great. Yeah, back to those reconstructions. At that speed, there should very much be more damage to that side of his body.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. I mean, without a doubt. Some
I wish
broken
they'd
ribs,
show
anything?
it was going slower. You know, like maybe they got the speed wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, because apparently they're saying she's going backwards 24 miles an hour. Like that's their
Okay.
data from the car. Excuse me, from the car or something.
I'd like
We
to
don't.
see.
They haven't discussed that in trial yet, but I think it's like around 24 miles. Everyone said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, Sammy.
That is weird. I mean, people do it. So if there's one thing you guys need to know about Columbus, Ohio, it is that people run into a lot of buildings here with their cars. Like a lot. Too often, really. It's really weird. Always a surprise when I'm up here pretty big. And a lot of time, believe it or not, it is people who go in reverse, right? They're like parked and they think they're going out, but they're in reverse and they go through a freaking building or whatever. And so like it is possible to not know that. But as the lady said, it's a blizzard. Okay. I don't know. I don't know about that. But I'll be honest, I don't know about the whole beating him up in the basement and then bringing him outside. So, but there were like a bunch of people at the house. So I guess that could be the case. But he is right there, you guys.
Being able to see him, if it's true, the way that she had it laid out, being able to see him from the front door.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Yeah.
And it was.
I even have the house behind me.
Yeah.
But it's still like.
That's a lot of windows, too. They
It wasn't registering.
No, they might not have been open, but I don't know. That's a hard sell for me.
That's why we need a meteorologist. I hope they do bring a meteorologist, right? Because I want to
I
know.
hope so.
They said his body is covered in snow by 6 a.m., which could be, right? We know it's snowing at 12. By 6, he's under amount of snow. Did they get about an inch of snow an hour? Maybe, probably. But like that, I think could be key, right? So if it starts snowing, I don't think they said exactly when it starts snowing, but we know at 12:30 it has. You know, how much snow would have actually been on the ground and on him by the time people left the party? I don't know. Jen will testify she could see the car from the front door. The Karen's car? Like before she hits John? Okay. Oh, so that's how they know how far she was. Okay.
Okay, Jen. Sure, Jen.
I mean, she was at the bar too. Yeah, she was at the bar too. Was she drinking?
Yeah, they were all drinking. I mean,
I don't think that they're very reliable.
I don't know. I need to see her on the witness stand.
Oof. As hard as the defense is going on people, because so one of the things is the defense's new strategy for this trial, apparently, or at least so you were saying, and I do agree with, because I guess in the first trial, defense was basically like third-party culprits, you know, she's being framed sort of thing. And it looks so far based on what we've seen from the defense, all they're doing is trying to cause reasonable doubt with each and every witness.
Which they've done so far, in my opinion.
I mean, they discredited an EMT. That never happened. I've never seen.
The very first witness.
First witness.
Oof.
I mean, the guy whose memory gets better over time. Unless it was 3 weeks ago, and then it gets worse. So.
What do you, I'm curious about this. What do you mean? General Spoon Turtle Boy and harassment. What?
I saw this in the documentary that you guys are going to watch this weekend. It's only a couple minutes. Apparently, a lot of the extreme, I'm going to call them extreme Karen Reed people, because there's extreme people on both sides, right? Have went out of their way to harass a lot of the witnesses and their families. They've taken it upon themselves And I'm not okay with that
No.
at all. At all.
Victims' families are off limits, but also
and the witness,
you shouldn't mess with witnesses. Yeah.
No, like if you care about the integrity of this trial, and it doesn't matter which side you're passionate in.
Yep.
Why would you do that? I don't know. That kind of stuff bothers me. Some people it doesn't, and that's fine. You can be all for it, and that's great. I'm not one of those people. But in the documentary, she talks about how she's been harassed by supporters, and she's intense about it. Her daughter also comes on and says that she's been harassed at school and cries on the stand. And then Karen says something really not great after that. She said,
"Oh,
I don't have sympathy for any of these witnesses."
That's when she says that.
Yes. But seeing Jen on the stand, though, you'll see her and you'll be like, "Oh, girl. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh, wow. She is." What snarls, I guess, is the
Oh, so she's going to be a real character.
Oh yeah, she's intense. I think Buffy said yesterday she was on the stand for like 2 days in the last trial or something like that. But she is.
So do you think with the way Cross is going that she'll be on longer?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look at how they're already trying to discredit nobodies of the case.
Wow. Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah. So I think it's going to pop off, especially with her. She seems a little unhinged a little bit.
I kind of wish they'd kept Carrie on a little longer. I know the judge was getting over it, and she pretty much put a stop to it from what I remember. The defense. But I mean, I think they could have kept going and eventually got her to slip up more than she did. I mean, they did get her to pretty much admit. Well, she admitted to unintentionally lying in the jury or in the for the grand jury. But anyway, I think they could have hammered that home a little bit more. But we were also getting a little tired of it. So.
Well, and then she said in her Good Morning interview, so like she's on the stand, right? And she's just talking about how, Karen, you're being batshit crazy, to quote Buffy, and acting like she's being over the top and drunk and a mess. And then in her Good Morning America interview, she was like, "Oh, if it was my husband, I'd be frantic as well," because you made it seem like she was being a crazy bee on the stand, and
she's gonna bring the tood.
Oh yeah, she's gonna bring the tood.
Bring the tood.
And now they have Carrie's cross to discredit Jen even more. So I think that this might have been a mistake by the prosecution by bringing Carrie on so before Jen only allows the defense more time to fine tooth comb Carrie's, because it's Carrie, Jen, and Karen in the car, right? So these are kind of our biggest witnesses.
Wow,
here.
That's a good thought. Yeah.
But by having Carrie go on as early as she did, they just kind of gave that, I feel like, to the defense to come back for Jen. If they would have done them close apart, the defense wouldn't have enough time to prepare and cross. So I don't think that was a good move by Brennan.
I think she is.
Yes.
Yeah.
No one, as far as I know, has been released yet.
But
Maybe
even
the
if
EMT
not,
guy was, but
maybe. But even if she's not necessarily available for recall, like the defense still has their time that they could call her.
Oh, I think we'll hear from her again. I do. I think after they're done with Jen, I definitely think that they're going to use her for their.
Is that confirmed? True Crime Rewind time?
They are. They're expecting some testimony this morning after the viewing. Monday will be testimony in the 8 a.m. and voir dire in the afternoon. Yeah, I do think that is the plan. I don't think we're getting anything too spicy today. Again, it's a blood kind of expert. I know sometimes those can be very
Of course.
Oh.
I mean, she wouldn't say it if it wasn't vetted. It's what am I thinking? Silly me.
What are you doing? But so, and when the prosecutor, when he's talking to the jury before they go, he says he wants them to pay attention to where the bumper is, right? He got to pay attention to like where things on the car, I think, to compare the body. But here's the thing. The only thing on that side of him that is messed up is his arm.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if picking out where that stuff is
My question, where are they going to put the car? Like where are they going to park it on the property? Because I mean, that's
a good question. Good morning, Angie. You have missed nothing.
Good morning.
The jury is out to see the scene right now. So
yeah,
go ahead.
And
Kenny.
we're apparently, no, you're good. We're apparently going to have some testimony today, which is fine.
Maybe.
But anyway, yes, I don't like where are they going to put the car? 'Cause that would be important to me because that would be what would stick in my mind during, the testimony.
Where do you think that would be the best place to have the car? In the original start spot?
Well, but do we know where that really is? Do they have that? Is that on video? Like, I would almost put it in the. I think I would almost put it in the driveway because it seems like a safe zone. Like, there were just cars parked there, so you can see the rest of the landscape unhindered, if you will, and then you can just look at the car. But anyway.
Polly says there was an interview on Microdots. That's a funny name for something called Good Cops or something that I enjoyed their insight of what should have been done, but runs long and half of it isn't necessary. Okay. Angie, you can go back to sleep. All right. They're probably not coming back for at least another half hour, maybe.
That's what I'm saying, though, Lady in Gray. Do we know exactly where it was for sure, 100%, unbiased knowledge?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
They parked it across the street last time, I think. I can't remember. Okay. I don't know. I feel like the attention Brendan was trying to draw to it earlier today was, I don't know.
Exactly. Nothing was marked. No cams. Nothing. I'm so invested now.
So invested.
Somebody fly and then, do a quick run by. I know they have it blocked off, but figure it out. Do it anyway. Tell them True Crime and Wine Time said.
Mm-hmm. The court seems to be listening to us. When we demand things, they follow through, apparently. The house is on Zillow.
I did see that.
Sorry. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to not talk for like the next 48 hours. Last time they let a few media take the pics. Really? They're allowing the media to
maybe not this time
go along?
I would expect
with the jurors. Oh, maybe they let well, no, it said he took pictures. You know what? Now I think about it, in the Murdaugh walkthrough, they allowed some of the media to go with them.
Interesting.
So sorry, you guys. A mess today.
Angie's awake and coming in with facts early in the morning.
I know. I'm glad somebody's brain's working because it's not mine. It is not mine. Yeah, I definitely think they need to have those reconstruction videos that lady put together to really show the, because that's what I was wondering is like, how far away is his body from the road? Okay, because it does make sense he would go flying, yes. But it's Also, the injuries are so weird. So we did share, I did yesterday share the John's autopsy photos in the courtyard, our Discord server. They are there if you want to look at it. And the cut in the back of his head, it's not even a cut. It is a straight up gash. Like,
It's deep.
it is deep.
And it's not very big.
It's not very big. It's about like 3 to 4 inches big, but it is deep and it is wide. Like, definitely something that needs stitches, but it doesn't look like it would come from a rounded curve. It looked like it comes to like a point in the middle. It's very
like he struck
peculiar.
something or something struck him.
Yeah, but not like just hitting your head on the ground. I don't think it would tear like it did. So, in arm versus taillight, 25 miles an hour from being Trouble 31, he crashes a taillight into a ballistic arm. It's not a perfect reenactment, but it shows significant damage to the arm.
Does that mean like bone damage or just scratches or bruising? I mean,
I just am surprised that, yeah, I would expect more bruising on his arm. In the autopsy, it's mostly just scratches.
What's that? Oh, perfect.
Is this from the first trial or is this now?
Oh, so bone damage.
Bones. Okay.
I mean, yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, I would think so. And again,
did they report any bone damage to his arm this time? I thought it was just scratches.
It's just scratches, which is I don't think the right word to even use for that arm because they too are gashes. Gashes.
Oh, so this is from this morning at 32, the other house.
Oh, okay. Okay. Awesome.
Okay. Wow. So they're just parked all over it.
Right. So it's a 2-lane road. Oh,
is that her
maybe
car?
Not. Yeah. Car.
Yeah. Okay. So they did park it where they are suggesting it happened.
Yeah, because there's the flagpole running through the tree there. So they're just parking it like right in front of that. Oh my gosh, could you imagine living in that house today?
No, they must be some really, well, either patient people or some really pissed off people.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. I don't know if I like that the car is right there. But they also say he did a pirouette when he was hit to get the injuries to match, but they changed the mile per hour and distance this time. Again, the throwing of his body that makes sense, but
no broken bones.
No broken bones, no massive bruising on the right side of his body. That is weird to me, especially with the arm. You're saying the car hit him at 24 miles an hour in that arm. And let me look at these pictures again to make sure I'm not talking out my own ass, because I probably am. But
Blessed Assurance says that they don't even remember John having a dislocated shoulder, which I would imagine. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me pull these up here. Yeah. There's no. I mean, I would expect that arm to look like his eyes.
Yeah.
At
least
that
be
impact.
Dislocated.
Yeah, or even fractures.
Even. I mean, I don't know anything, but
yeah, the yard is so much smaller than it looks in the pics. That is for sure. Because we keep seeing it from this one angle, right? So it looks bigger, but it is not. But yeah, I don't know. Because his hand, the only bruise he has on his body is his hands. And I think that they're trying to say that in his right hand, he was holding a glass. And I think that's how they're trying to explain that bruise here. But like, okay, where are the rest of the the bruises there. I don't know why it's gotten so dark today. And the ME said, I guess the same thing, about it all. Okay. All right. Cool. What else, guys? What are you guys most excited? As I've said, Annie and I did not watch the first trial. What are you guys like most excited for us to see? Because one of my favorite things is I watch a lot of TV, like a lot of TV shows. But my favorite thing is getting someone to watch something for the first time and be excited about their reactions. Everyone knows it's like my favorite thing.
Accurate.
Yes. I will ban you from the internet so you don't get spoilers. But I love seeing somebody experience it, for the first time. It's always so exciting. So what are you guys?
Keep
what are
that
you
in
excited
mind, Terry.
Keep that in mind. Yeah, that's true.
You're gonna get her to watch Star Wars. It's gonna happen.
Yeah. One of these days I'll get her. Proctor, Higgins, and Jen. Probably. No, I don't think so. So sorry. Proctor, again, I only know. I'm so sorry, you guys. I did ask Elbow Feet to pick me up some Red Bull when he gets back, but it's like I'm not gonna make it. I saw their 2-minute clips. I'm enjoying you newbies. It's like Game of Thrones all over again, right? It's such a fun experience to do that. I love that so much. Annie was even watching Severance in live.
Oh my goodness.
Her live commentary in real time. It was amazing.
They all watched it and I just couldn't watch it with them for, whatever reason. So I had to catch up and oh my goodness. If you haven't seen it, you should see it. Take your time though, so you're not disappointed that you have to wait, a year for it to come out.
We just wrapped up streaming it every Friday.
I'm just saying, if you didn't, watch it on your own, but take your time. Don't do it like I did and watch it all in 2 days.
But yeah, Proctor, Higgins, and Jen, I saw them in the documentary, just short clips, again, like maybe 2 minutes of their testimony. So I don't really know what all they have to say, but from what I did see, wowzers, especially with Proctor. I think I'm going to be using a lot of cursey words when Proctor.
Well, he did too. So it seems.
That he used derogatory, derogatory words and stuff. So,
wait, what?
In trial, they tried to rename Proctor from lead investigator to investigative team member or something ridiculous. Shut up.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Poor Zoe keep me up. No. I just had a show last night. And so like when you get done with a show, you're kind of like wound up for like an hour or two. Yeah, you guys now right? Like, well, a shorter show, you have the energy. If you're on here for like 7 or 8 hours, you're like, I just want to go lay down on my pillow.
Yeah.
And nobody talk to me for like 30 minutes, please, and thank you. But yeah, we had True Crime in One Time last night. So go watch Replay Crew. It was very interesting. Good case. I have this problem when Llama recommends a show, I immediately jump in and binge it. Yeah, it's true.
There hasn't been a show yet that you've mentioned that I haven't enjoyed.
Oh, nice.
So, I mean, I think,
I was worried when you started Severance, right? I was like, oh my God, she's going to be the one person that doesn't like it. Out of all 13 people that watched it. I was like, I don't know if she's going to be able to power through the first couple of episodes.
it was great. Oh my goodness. I was hooked.
So
Bob's Burgers is my favorite. I tried to get Mr. Annie to watch it with me, and he was like, "This is the dumbest. This is so stupid." I was like, "But you watch like South Park and not King of the Hill, but whatever other." I'm like, really, Bob's
Burgers is
Burgers.
so wholesome.
It's fantastic. I love it.
I love it. And you are legit Louise. Legit real life Louise over here is Annie. Look at your pretty
Thank
hands.
you. I don't like pink. Don't tell Terry. I know I said it on her channel, but it was because the judge had pink, and no.
You just want to match, be cute. Just feeling cute. Let's see here. He probably just needs to give it a chance or two. Annie. I'm with Mr. Annie. Well, fine.
You can both just go.
So Amos just told me that there is a hearing going on for the Pike County massacres, which is Ohio versus Billy Wagner. I don't know how many of you have heard of the Pike County massacre. It happened here in Ohio. It is where one family went and killed a whole other family, 8 members of this other family, over custody issues and some crazy, weird beliefs that everybody is touching kids. It's weird. You're definitely going to have to put the booster on for this, too.
It's still a state argument, the hardship on the victims, the hardship on the witnesses, all that stuff. So to the extent that her arguments are our arguments,
that's alignment. I agree that you're aligned on your expectations and goals and philosophy.
Is this as loud as it go?
Representation and whether her speaking is you speaking. Her legal duty to represent a client is your duty to represent a client.
I mean, she's not appointed as a state's attorney, representing the prosecution of this case. But
can you guys hear this? Because I can't really
Not
hear
really.
it. Yeah, I really can't hear this, Amy. I'm going to take us down. See if you can find maybe a different one, because I can't even hear it. So I doubt everyone else can. So we'll just see if we can find something better. That courtroom sucks. Okay. Their audio is horrible. My mom says I hate Judge Hine. Yeah.
Like, I don't want to hear a lawyer speak for some other party because they can't. The way you can't represent the victims, in my opinion, is the way the victim's attorney can't speak for the state. I have to look at one table and realize there's different clients. I do it all the time. So do you with regard to multiple defendants in trials simultaneously, right? Sure. It's a big deal. And we can't blur this line. She's going to want to speak on reconsideration of a motion.
I don't know what they're talking about.
And I got to decide if I'm hearing you when her mouth moves legally.
Well, we'll have things to say about this, Judge. I got things to say.
Yeah, but now we're back to the waffling. Go ahead. It's a first of all, like there's a lot of discussion in the judiciary about the new rights that are co-equal to the defendants because of the Constitution. We're all getting used to a law that we thought we knew, but we're watching it be expanded and contracted and explained. I put in my routine regularly now that the state doesn't speak for the victim, nor give them advice. And if they have the wrong impression, it's their wrong impression. There's no legal duty. No victim's allowed to sue the prosecutor for bad advice.
no, I mean, obviously Ms. Gal represents the victims in this case.
Period. Only. Period. It's a big period. It's a big only. Right? Would you agree?
I believe so, yes, because there may be times where her position is different than the state's.
I don't think this is hard, but it'll get hard when we start applying concepts.
Yeah, and again,
this guy.
about kind of that trick back, because while I would be happy to But in order for them to,
No, the law makes it clear. I'm just
Okay.
delivering the law.
okay.
It's not a
delivering the
discretionary item. It's a huge deal.
message. Okay,
Because I get abuse of discretion thrown at me when in fact I'm just speaking what the law requires me to say.
but then in order for the victims to be heard and there to be any real meaning to that requirement, we have an attorney and she needs to be heard.
And as far as I know, I've got to ask her again, she's had that opportunity. Like I try to acknowledge her every time she's gotten here. And invited her to sit in the front when she chose to sit in the back. So there wouldn't be the impression it's a lesser relationship.
I don't understand why they're.
Am I supposed to have a seat at the table for the victim representative, Ms. Gall, moving forward the same way the state has their representative right behind them? I'm like totally willing to accommodate that. But like people have to talk to me about their expectation of their rights, because if he's designated the victim representative, do I pull another table? Do I offer you another table and you get the choice? Like I'm not trying to step on anybody's rights. I'm trying to get it right. But you have to talk to me about what you think's going on, and then I have to decide if it's the right application of the law. Okay? So like run it through your list of things and understand that do you want your victim representative sitting at counsel table or not? If I designated that.
Who cares?
Go. Yeah, go ahead.
No, Your Honor, that's not something that I'm asking, and I don't think that's something that victim TR wants to be specific.
Yeah, thanks. That helps me. But if in 4 months you came back and I never asked, you didn't request it, I get second guess.
Your Honor, not by me in that circumstance. I would like to make a clear record on who I represent, though. I don't represent the state's interests. I have I didn't in my motion, my written motion, and I won't here today make arguments for the state. My sole purpose as the legal representative for victim TR is to make sure that his voice is heard, and the effects of a change of venue would implicate his right to be present at trial. There are hardships that the entire surviving family would see from that, and that's all I'm here to present today is that victim perspective. I don't think that there was an opportunity for
So this must be a change of venue motion today.
The court stated in their opinion that appellant didn't ask for that. They weren't represented at that time. I don't think most victims would stand up and object in a courtroom in the middle of a hearing, and I think that's an unfair assumption or expectation on the victim. So all I'm asking is that you reconsider the decision you made with voices from the victims, specifically explaining to you the hardships that would be put in place by a change of venue.
Equally unfair is for somebody sitting at counsel table to impute to the court knowledge of something that was never raised. And that's why I asked specifically, has there been an occasion where the court inadvertently or intentionally violated any of your rights, any of your client's rights, any victim's rights? Like I want to know about it so I can not do it again, because nobody said anything, so therefore silence is acquiescence until the second guessing shows up. Like it happens all the time. I don't find fault with it, but if it's judicial second guessing, like I don't want to get hung with that again, ever. I want to learn. So that's the segue then, is if I designate a victim representative and we have an opportunity for a representative to speak, who do I ask to speak? The victim representative or anybody who's related and is a victim. Like, did I just lessen rights by designating a victim representative? Because I said there's one victim and the other 5 people that have a right to speak, in my opinion, now don't. So you want to chew on that since you did the segue? You
Yes,
want other
Your Honor.
people to speak, right?
Yeah, so the law says that a victim can exercise their rights on their own or with a victim representative. So the law supports that all 5 of those victims in your hypothetical situation would be able to speak.
Yeah, I'm going to give that.
point
I'm going to
of-
give them that.
Okay.
Let's understand. I'm not trying to limit your rights. but I don't want you to inadvertently tie my hands by designating, asking me to designate, right? And then all of a sudden you find out that you closed the door that I didn't think should have been closed, and I'm stuck with it. So I don't intend to limit anybody's rights. The sentencing hearings, people spoke their minds forcefully and appropriately, right? Like, we're going to do that as long as it's appropriate. I just don't want you to inadvertently limit what I think is appropriate.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay?
The victim's rights request form allows victims to designate a victim representative, and so and that victim representative can receive notice on behalf of them.
Talk about this.
Yeah,
right?
so that would be my argument submitted, is that even if this court did take judicial notice as that TR is acting as a victim representative, that doesn't tie anyone's hands as far as the rights that other victims can exercise on with him or on their own.
The problem with forms is they imply things they don't mean to imply. Because here they list a victim, singular, and then below it they say victim representative, which I think means an advocate or a lawyer. Like, I'm not intending to limit anybody's rights, but if the defense hears a lot of things that they think are damaging and wants me to say they don't qualify as a victim, then I got to get my hands wrapped around what you asked for and whether they're right. I don't have this form. You have a victim rep. They get one very damaging statement, not 5 or 15, right? Like, I don't tend to be narrow in my application of victims' rights. But if you close and tie my hands, then that's on you, not on me. That's the whole concept of invited error.
Yeah,
Still,
strategy rights.
no, it's not strategy rights, it's substantive rights. It's because you represent TR, right?
Yes.
Well, what about all those other people? Do you represent them?
I don't have an engagement letter with each victim in this case now.
See where this goes? Like,
But
who's the next victim?
That's why I'm asking that this court take judicial notice that he is representing the interest of many victims. I think all of the victims in this case are in alignment with, moving this case forward and hopefully achieving justice. I think.
But if they're not aligned, how many victims, lawyers do I get? 5 if there's 5 victims?
Well,
9?
I only know of 3 in the whole state, so I don't know if you get 5 or not. We have to find some more.
I'm not finding them, but they have the right to get their own, right? Yes. Alignment's a really cool thing until it's not.
Correct. But I think as long as they are in alignment, a victim representative can voice that alignment and that interest on behalf of many individuals that are unable to attend each and every hearing for whatever reason, whether it be health, school obligations with the orphaned children, and I don't want to get into an argument.
No, this is healthy discussion. Okay. Like, this isn't argument.
Okay.
Oh.
Argument, but it's not argumentative.
Right.
I let Miss Canepa come at me. Okay. And some people thought it was like disrespectful, when in fact I found it engaging. Like, she raised her voice, but I wasn't offended because it was a heated, passionate issue. Like, would I let her do that again? Yeah, as long as she was professional and like engaged.
He is so condescending.
Like, that's perfect.
That's what it sounded like. It sounds like.
Right? You don't have, like,
Forgot how loud my volume was. Probably blew out everybody's ears. We're sorry.
Just don't demean the judge or the system or take it personal, and we'll all get along fine.
I will fill you all in on the details.
You have to tell one of the family members that you can't listen to them because it's not consistent with your client's position. And good luck figuring out what to do, because Ms. Canepa faces that, Mr. O'Brien faces that risk all the time when they have to figure out who they listen to when they're just giving information, right? Been there, done that. I got this t-shirt. I got the scars on my back when the victims turn on the prosecutor. We just sort it out. Like, if anybody says easy today, they don't understand. understand what we're doing. Okay.
Sorry.
Do you have anything else on the victim representative issue?
No, Your Honor, I don't believe so. Not at this.
On that issue, like, I'm gonna give you a
Yeah,
chance.
not on that. Yeah, not on that point.
Mr. Hayes, you want to, like, jump in here? You don't have to, but.
Judge, just reiterate our previous points. I believe they're party to the action. Victims have a right to be present in the courtroom. Nothing that this court ever ruled in the ruling on November 25th. Nobody's ever barred them from the courtroom. They have a right to be present. That right is always meant for victims.
Thank you. I appreciate your position. Ms. Knepper, Mr. O'Brien, like, I haven't asked you if you want to make a record, talk on the thing.
On the victim.
Yeah, like on this last discussion we had. Ms. Gall.
Representation, yeah, and it's my understanding, I don't know if Ms. Scout brought this out, I think she may have, but there are a number of other victims present who have signed forms saying that they want TR to be their victim representative. So, you know, to our knowledge at this point, there's no victim that is not in favor of them being the kind of spokesman. So yes, and I would say, you know, the court's decision certainly substantially impairs the victim's rights, we believe. And so we would believe they do have standing at this time to at least present considerations.
So the decision on designating a victim's representative is deferred pending today, so I'll get you.
Removed.
I'm not just going to announce from the bench. Like, I hope you did hear me say I'm not interested in limiting victims' rights and don't want to do so inadvertently. Okay?
Can I just add one thing, Your Honor? Just per the law, and defense didn't offer any, I don't think this court has to interpret any law, and they can just take judicial notice that he is acting as a victim representative. As far as the victim definition of TR, though, that is a legal finding that this court would need to make, and it would implicate whether or not we have any rights when it comes to the change of venue. So I'm not sure whether the court plans to hear or determine standing at this point in time.
I'm going to let you explain how victims' rights articulated in the Constitution crash into the change of venues rules. I'm going to let you argue that.
Okay.
Not going to concede that you have the right to. That's the standing defense put up, right?
Correct.
And if I find you don't have standing, I just ignore everything you said necessarily. But if I don't hear it, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Right? Like, there was pretty good argument with regard to, not agreement, oral argument with regard to whether change of venue is appropriate or not. I wrote a decision. Everybody's welcome to like it or not like it. It's not the job. But then I apparently didn't hear enough of your perspective. So I'm going to hear some more of your perspective, which does not imply anything other than I want to hear. There's a motion, but it doesn't necessarily imply that you have standing. Just want to know what I don't know. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Have at it.
Okay. So just procedurally, I think it makes sense to make a clear record of how we got here. In November of 2023, Judge Corbin issued a decision denying the defendant's change of venue request without prejudice. In September of 2024, the defense filed an amended motion for change of venue before this court. After Judge Corbin had retired, the state filed an opposition, and oral argument was held on October 7th, 2024. There were victims present. This court did identify that on the record. This court also identified that the state doesn't represent the victims, and the state very briefly said that the victim's right to be present and interest in attending the trial would be affected by a change of venue. I, as legal counsel for victim TR, filed a notice of appeal that was then dismissed because the decision from this court did not identify should submit any documentation or support in regards to change of venue. And that is when victim TR filed a motion for reconsideration of the change of venue.
So do you want to put evidence on, or just your argument proper?
So I do not have one of the victims that would like to be heard here today due to school obligations with the orphaned children. So I have 3 statements that I would like to read into the record and submit as exhibits. I did notify the defense of that. I'm not sure whether there will be an objection or not.
Good to know. What do you think, Mr. Hayes?
Judge, one, I'm not sure who these letters are even from, if they're from TR or from some other parties. We've never seen the letters, never been provided the letters. Just briefly before the hearing today, indicated she had some letters, what her position is. So at this point in time, we would reject.
So you want to recess?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have copies that you might be able to show?
I do, Your Honor. I have 8 copies of each for the court and defense and state.
So are they like marked with numbers?
Not as of now. I can identify them as exhibits if the court would like.
That would be funny.
I'd like to, I have to. If you're getting ready to introduce to the record something the court reporter needs to be able to identify. So call them victim 1, 2, 3 or victim ABC or whatever it is you want. Put a date below it.
They are each dated as letters, April 25th, 2025, but I can write the date on here too.
That'll work.
Would you like some stickers?
Sure.
So let's take a recess, standing break. Don't run away off the record.
Okay, everyone, turn your volumes way down. Okay. Are we there? I don't want to scare anybody.
Oh, that includes me. I should turn mine down.
Yeah, me too. All right, everybody turn back down real quick.
I was like, wow, she's still loud.
Okay, so let me explain to you guys real quick what's going on in case you had trouble hearing it, because we also kind of jumped into the middle of this hearing. So the problem that's going on is that, so we have the Wagner family who had murdered the Rodent family and some others, a total of 8 people. All right, so there's 4 members of the Wagner family. There's Angela, the mother, Billy Wagner, the father, oldest son, George, and Jake, the youngest son. Jake is the one who had a baby with one of the Rodent girls. Okay, so when they were all arrested, this really pisses people in Ohio off because, again, this is a mass murder situation, right? So when they're arrested, Jake, the youngest, and the mother accept a plea deal that they will plead guilty. The mom would spend 40 years in prison if she pleaded and testified against her husband and oldest son, and Jake would only testify if the death penalty was off the table for his family. Okay. He was willing to plead guilty to the murders as long as the death penalty was off for everyone else. So the oldest brother, George, his trial was about 2 years ago. It was the same time as Parkland and Daryl Brooks. I don't remember how many years ago, but that's when it was, right? And that was a death penalty case until Angela and Jake testified, and then death penalty was taken off the table. He ended up getting life in prison without parole, which is something I don't agree with based on the whole story. I mean, yes, he should do some time, but nobody actually believes that he actually killed anybody. So he should have gotten the same deal as his mother, in my opinion. Now, Billy, the father, is about to go to trial. And what they want to do is they want to change the venue of his trial because it's the same county his oldest son had went into. It's a very small population of a county, okay? And everybody there knows it. How could you not? You know, it's not often you have a mass murder in your small town of two feuding family. Literally everybody knows this. And they already held a one big trial and went through a huge jury pool to get them. Because even they have to be a death qualified jury from the beginning, because the death penalty isn't supposed to be taken off the table until if and when Angela and Jake testify to satisfy the state, right? So they want to change the venue from Pike County to a different county for Billy's trial, which I agree with. I very much agree with. The only thing we ever want is a fair trial to make sure that justice is done. Now, the problem is that the family is saying that's too much to travel to every day. Like, this is an inconvenience to us, and it is because Mother Roden is very elderly, and I understand that. But they did have George's trial, and Billy is a big, like, he'd killed at least 3 of them for sure. So they're trying to move this trial out of Pike County. And apparently, Ohio has a law now that I just learned today where victims, that's what the prosecution and the lady in pink were talking about with the judge, right? Because normally the prosecution represents the victims. Well, in Ohio, the victims are entitled to their own attorneys, okay, to represent them. Because sometimes you're not always in line with the prosecution, right? So he was kind of giving them slack of like, well, how many family attorneys, like, we're going to need a table, right? Because it doesn't look good if they're sitting with the prosecution. Anyway, I think his argument was stupid, but that's what they were doing there. So I personally think that they are going to move this trial. I think they're going to move it to the county I currently live in, and that's because literally everyone it already lives here and works here, meaning the legal teams, as far as I know, they're all here. So it only makes sense, because if they go to Cincinnati, Cincinnati covers this trial all the time, not so much the further north you go. So that's what they're arguing. Also, this judge, I don't know, the prosecution allegedly messed up somewhere, and he took the death penalty off the table for Billy Wagner, meaning that that Angela and Jake have no reason to testify at all, because their testimony is the only thing that gets death penalty off the table. Well, if you don't have Jake testifying to the events of the night that he testified to in the brothers trial, that's going to cause some problems. So that's kind of what's going on right now with that. I'll tell you what, if it does move up to my county, I am going to go. I'm definitely going to go to that trial. But, you know, I understand it's hard for the Roden family to drive an hour and a half each way. And they're not a family made of money. You know, Pike County is the poorest county in Ohio, or is maybe, I don't know. It was a couple years ago. So it's not like they have the means to travel and a place to stay and things like that. So that's kind of what's going on there. That's a new judge compared to the one that did the oldest son's trial. That judge retired, so they brought in Judge Hine as a special judge, who, in my opinion, has done a horrible fucking job with this case. I don't even know why he's being the way that he is about. He's very confrontational, and in my opinion, quite condescending, particularly to the women involved. And his smirks, it's just arrogance. So what's interesting about him is he was the main judge for the county that I'm originally from in Ohio. And it's a small county of people as well. So he was on the bench for pretty much everything for decades. I think he just retired a couple years ago. I also graduated high school with his daughter. So I know her. I don't have anything bad to say about her. She was nice in school. But yeah, I do not like him as the new judge on this case. I don't understand his rulings, his decisions, It's all very confusing because he treats the prosecutor, and Canepa's not one of my favorite prosecutors. She is very dry and dull, but she knows this case inside and out. But I don't really like the way he talks to her as though she's incompetent. It's like she's already done this several times.
Is that the lady that was in pink?
No, the lady with the blonde hair.
Oh,
The older lady with the blonde hair. The lady in pink is the victim's lawyer, rights lawyer.
Okay, I missed that.
Yeah, that's what she was doing there, and she was trying to explain her purpose of being here, and he was being like blah about it.
Condescending, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. There will be a lot more evidence, I think, in Billy's trial coming out that didn't come out in his son's trial. Because he's a scary dude. We don't know. It was supposed to start in, I think, January. But then this whole change of venue thing and motions happening, and plus the death penalty. I don't know. Who knows where they are in the state of things at the moment. But he's kind of made this last hearing a shit show, and it's very weird and confusing. And I'm not a fan. Not a fan.
Neither is the Mama Llama.
No. She's not. She's not. Yeah, I find him to be very arrogant. Like when he's like, we're just having healthy debates. Really, bro? It's awkward and cringy. Very awkward and cringy. So the ceiling fan is back in the courtroom, so they must be on their way. My guess is probably in the next 10, 15 minutes, probably on time. Sorry you guys couldn't hear that hearing very well. That is a very old courtroom. Again, that county doesn't have a lot of money, so that courtroom doesn't have a lot of the amenities that newer ones do. It's another reason why I'm hoping they move it up here to Franklin County, because we have nice courtrooms and things like that. It'll be easier to hear. But it's going to be a long trial. His son's was 62 or 66 days. It's freaking long.
Wow.
And another thing that pissed off people in Ohio was not only the deals that were given to Jake and Angela, but we have this thing where witnesses can opt out of being recorded or videotaped while they're on the stand. Okay? So Jake got to opt out of being recorded, audio, and on video. That's right, the guy who killed 5 people got to opt out of that. But also, law enforcement got to opt out of that. Because the former, and there's so much corruption down there too. The sheriff that first investigated, he's sitting in prison right now, like actual prison. I think for money
case?
and no, not for this case specifically, but it causes some problems, right? But everyone was really upset that, like, how can these people, because that law was for witnesses, for victim witnesses, right? And especially in some more sensitive type cases, right? But then the fact that these mass murderers got to utilize that elected public officials got to use that was very infuriating for a lot of people. It wasn't great. Yeah, the Roden family did get screwed a lot with that. And I feel bad for saying that the trial needs to be moved, but it's not like it's not televised, so they must not have taken him to the waterfall or McCarthy's this time. Oh, I didn't even think about, did they really need to visit the bars though?
No, nothing happened there.
Yeah, but they did the first time? That's interesting.
That's okay.
But Lally whined about it. Maybe they did. My memory doesn't get better with time.
That joke's going to be around for a while.
It is going to be around for a while. Well, that's too bad. You don't qualify to work for the Canton Fire Department. So, So yeah, that's the deal with the Rodin Wagner
Or the EMT.
story. It's a mess. It is a mess, but it's fascinating. It's a fascinating story to cover because those people are crazy. They're like their own family cult. It's so weird. They just had to see those high top tables. I don't understand why that would be relevant to anything, but
They turned off the fan.
oh, they turned off the fan. Is it broken?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Right, you guys thought the audio was bad in this sometimes. Oof. That Ohio courtroom is rough. It's not relevant. It's not relevant at all. Okay. I'm like, okay, who cares? But I guess there's that. So,
Oh, your green screen is working so well. I keep looking at it.
oh, thank you. I know, right? I don't have green hair today.
It's so crazy. You don't, and you don't
It's very
have little.
crisp.
The only thing I don't approve of is the lack of the crow.
That's right. The ghost crow has disappeared.
That was funny.
And the only problem is, right? So like it's a big circular thing that like goes around my chair and attaches. It's hilarious looking, you guys. It's so big.
It's massive.
It's so massive, right? Except if I'm in rectangle view. That's why I'm so glad we do circles for this show. But in the rectangle view that we do for True Crime and Wine Time, like it, because it's a circle, like it doesn't come down to the corners for some reason. So I gotta figure.
So funny. I can see it down in the bottom.
Yeah, I gotta figure that out because I had to like stay in like this position for like 2 hours last night. Because also at night you have to have like a light on it, otherwise this like blue mist comes in. It's so weird.
Okay.
It's so weird, but it works out, so that's all. The malevolent crow. I'm sorry, Bells.
Malevolent?
Yes.
Okay. I kept
Words are
wanting
not
to
my
say
friend.
malignant. Malevolent. I'm
crow.
done now.
I am the three-eyed llama. Oh boy.
That said raven.
What's that?
Three-eyed raven.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
Well,
goodness.
actually, in the Game of Thrones books, they're crows. It's a three-eyed crow. And they changed it to raven for the show.
Why? Because do they call the I didn't read it obviously. Do they call the crows like the people
The Night Watch? Yeah.
Yeah, Night Watch. Oh.
Yeah. I think that's why they probably changed it. Just so people realized that it was two completely different things.
They couldn't tell that people and birds.
I don't know. Well, that's not the three-eyed raven.
No, well, that's fair. You're right.
But yeah, I think in the book he was like the three-eyed crow. So.
But I mean, still, anyway, whatever.
Yeah, there were some changes from the books, like Asha.
There always are.
Theon's sister. She actually has a different name in the book.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's Osha. Because you remember that wildling that comes down that they capture and befriends the little ones?
Yeah.
Her name is the same name as Theon's sister in the book. So they changed.
Why would they do that?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's George R. R. Martin. Why do things happen?
I'm not
I don't know. Oh, look at that.
Look,
who's
there's our
joined us.
comedy.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, that we didn't. Then I didn't even click the. You're a mess.
We both tried to click it at the same time twice. So.
Welcome, Captain. Welcome. Good morning. You came at a great time because we might actually be getting some testimony. We've just spent the last 2 hours and 40 minutes messing about. So while the jury was out looking at the scene, so we do not question your grace's knowledge. Well, thank you, Sam. Yes, the White Walkers are called the others, and the night. What is that? I don't know. It just happened. I mean, obviously, Amos made it. What was that? I love
don't
it.
understand.
I was not prepared. Oh, there it is again.
It's so cute. I just don't understand.
Yeah, and there's also no night
I
game.
love
in the
behind the
book.
scenes, Amos.
I know, right? It's full of surprises. Who thinks the jury did not go by and look at 34 F, P, F, McCarthy's, and Waterfall after they were chosen, but before the trial started? I don't think all of them did not. Okay. Methinks Amy is a foot or a foot?
A foot.
I'm just kidding.
Oh
That was great.
I understand. That was funny. Very good. Good job.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it was this house. What? That one.
Oh, you're going to break things if you do that.
She has too much fun. We all have too much fun. I think to do this right, they need to have at least 10 drinks each at the bars, or 3 drinks, according to Karen Reed. Because if you put it all in the same glass, it only counts as 1. Oh, we're back, you guys.
Ooh.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Actual court now.
Sure.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Good morning, Laura.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Dr. Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And what is your occupation?
I am a physician pathologist. A signature I started, it's probably 6 months. I took a new job 6 months ago. I am the chief of pathology and the laboratory medical director at Signature.
And where did you work prior to your work at Signature about 6 months ago?
Prior to that, I was at Good Samaritan Medical Center in the same capacity.
And how long did you work at Good Samaritan for?
Since 2015, late 2015.
And did you work in any capacity similar to that prior to working at Good Samaritan?
Prior to Good Samaritan, I worked at the Kearney Hospital, which is in Dorchester. Started that job in 1996. So I stayed on staff at Kearney Hospital up until actually closed 6 months ago. So I've been on staff at Kearney's for quite a long time.
Where did you go to school and what degrees did you receive?
I went to college at Tufts University in Medford, graduated in '87. From there, I went to Tufts Medical School and graduated in 1991.
And following your graduation, where did you go from there?
After medical school, I did a residency at Tufts Medical Center in 1991 to 1996.
And then where did you go following your residency?
And right from residency, my first job was at Kearney Hospital, which I previously mentioned, so 1996.
And doctor, are you board certified?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
And what is a board certification?
Board certification is something we need to show that we are actually qualified to perform our the job that we need to do, both in anatomic and clinical pathology. It's a written exam that we take and we need to pass to demonstrate that we're competent and know what we're doing.
First, in just general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is pathology?
Pathology is, well, there are two basic branches of pathology: anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is basically, an anatomic pathologist is a physician or MD or a DO trained to make diagnoses on patients via looking at tissue biopsies, organs, tissue fluids, and we're also trained in autopsy pathology as well. So basically, an anatomic pathologist, we look at tissues via glass slides. Slides are made, and we every day make the diagnosis of, somebody has a cancer or somebody doesn't have a cancer, benign. Look at colon polyps, breast biopsies, pretty much anything that comes out of the operating room or a physician's office, any sort of biopsy. Clinical pathology, on the other hand, is basically a clinical pathologist is a physician, an MD or a DO, who specializes in the clinical lab, which basically is any fluid specimen, including blood specimens. When you go to the hospital and you have your blood test and it gets sent to the lab, the clinical pathologist is ultimately responsible for the quality of your lab tests and quality, and basically that's it.
And so the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, did that cover the date of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And again, what was your title and what was your job at Good Samaritan in the month of January 2022?
I was the chief of pathology at the time and laboratory medical director.
What did you do as the laboratory medical director?
Laboratory medical director, basically, the laboratory medical director is responsible for the ultimate quality of any, either whether it's a biopsy, somebody's biopsy, or lab result. The laboratory medical director has to make sure that the final result is of excellent quality. So there are many different things that we need to make sure that things that are in place, as far as need to make sure we have the correct amount of workers. You want to have enough workers. You want to make sure they're competent. So as many, there are policies for competency for all the lab techs and phlebotomists and even pathologists. So basically, the laboratory medical director, if something goes wrong, it's ultimately his or her fault.
And the lab at Good Samaritan, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by what body?
We are accredited, or Good Samaritan is accredited by the, we call it the CAP. It's a College of American Pathologists. They are considered the preeminent accrediting body for hospitals. They've been around for probably 70 plus years or so.
What is accreditation? What does that mean?
Accreditation is basically something that says that your laboratory is following guidelines and providing excellent quality. To be accredited with the CAP, every 2 years we have a laboratory inspection. They don't tell you when they're coming. They will give you a 3-month window, and they'll come and inspect you to make sure we have a good quality lab. Each section of the lab, pathology, the clinical lab, microbiology, chemistry, hematology, the CAP has a checklist with numerous requirements that one needs to fulfill. There are probably over 3,000 items that that they look at.
And was your laboratory at Good Samaritan, was the accreditation up to date on January 29th, 2022?
We were accredited, still are.
Now, in Good Samaritan Medical Center, when a blood test is ordered, what types of things is the lab testing for?
I think the most common tests that are performed when you go and you have your blood test is one is chemistry, a chemistry test where we sodium, potassium, chloride, glucose. We also a common test is a CBC or a complete blood count, where we look at your red blood cells and your white blood cells and your platelets. Those are the two most common tests.
And why is blood testing ordered in the course of medical treatment at a hospital?
When you're admitted to the hospital, usually you're sick, so the physician is usually a standard, ordering chemistry and CBC to see if there are any clues in those tests that could help the doctor take care of you. If they look at a BUN and creatinine, maybe if they're elevated, you either could be dehydrated or have renal failure. If you look at liver function tests, maybe there's something wrong with your liver. So it's just a general, a good look at the patients to see if there are any clues that could help them.
And as far as the blood testing results are concerned, how does that assist either a doctor or a clinician in treatment and diagnosis?
Basically, what I just said. If there's nothing, if the results are normal, that sometimes helps too. Rules things out. If they're normal, if they do a CBC and look at the hemoglobin and it's low and patient's anemic, maybe the patient might need a transfusion. So there are many different case scenarios where the results can help the provider, the clinician.
Now, with reference to alcohol, does the Good Samaritan Medical Center, do they also test alcohol within the blood?
Yes, we do.
And why would that assist medical treatment and diagnosis?
I think if a physician is wanting to know if somebody's been drinking or has alcohol on board, or maybe not, maybe that patient has ingested maybe drugs of abuse, so they'll test for alcohol to see if it's positive, and if it is, then it helps confirm that the patient has been drinking.
Now, are there any policies and protocols at Good Samaritan Medical Center with reference to how blood is taken and how blood is tested?
Yes, we have numerous policies. We have one policy specifically for phlebotomists. Those are laboratory technicians who draw the blood. So we have a policy for them to explain exactly what they need to do. And also in the laboratory, we have numerous policies basically for any tests that we provide. And so we have a policy for alcohol testing as well.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Wish you would stop
I'm
breathing
placing
into the
before you
microphone.
two sets of documents. Just ask you to review those generally and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what is contained within each of those two sets of documents?
Okay. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection. This is the policy that I was mentioning, specifically designed for our phlebotomist to detail the procedure of the blood draw. Basically goes through one of the most important parts of the process is correct patient identification. where we need to correctly identify the patient. We have the patient state his or her first and last name and state it out loud to make sure it matches which the patient that we're trying to draw. And then we also match up the bracelet to the medical record number on the patient's bracelet. So one of the most important things is correct patient identification. The rest of this policy goes on and just pretty much details what to do next, including finding the veins, cleaning the site. It has some information on if there are any complications. So it's basically the entire process of the blood draw. The second one is our alcohol policy, which pretty much details in detail what goes on behind the scenes for an alcohol blood test in our hospital.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, Paul Walton, seek to introduce in the minutes the next two exhibits.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, it would be the patient preparation for specimen collection, the next exhibit in line.
All right. Exhibit 35.
And the ETOH policy would be the next exhibit number 37.
Exhibit 36.
Excuse me. Thank you. Now, doctor, what types of precautions are in place at Good Samaritan with respect specifically to alcohol testing in the blood? Or I should say taking the blood sample from the patient.
Yes, one of the major things we need to do with taking somebody's blood for alcohol is to obviously not use an alcohol swab. Normally, when you have your blood test, they cleanse the area with a swab that contains alcohol. So in our policy is a specific statement that says, do not use alcohol swab because potentially when you're drawing the blood, if you suck up some of that residual alcohol, you could cause a false positive. So we have in our policy, and every hospital should have the same policy where we use a swab, a swab that has no alcohol. We call them a moist towelette. That's what we refer them to. Also, in the emergency room, my supervisor pretty much removed probably 95% of all the alcohol swabs. So just in case a phlebotomist forgets to not use an alcohol swab, they are hard to find. We need to keep a few there because we need to use alcohol wipes on certain tests like blood cultures and stuff like that. So,
when were the alcohol swabs removed from the emergency department?
It was before my time.
So fair to say prior to January 29th, 2022?
Correct.
What is a phlebotomist and what do they do?
So a phlebotomist is a healthcare professional who specializes in drawing blood. So they're the ones who are trained, competent, and know what to do when they draw a patient's blood.
What kind of training do phlebotomists receive at Good Samaritan?
We try to hire phlebotomists who have been trained. It's just easier. So they can have a high school background, but if we train on site, they just need to be trained on the proper protocol, proper procedures, and demonstrate competency.
Is there any sort of proficiency testing related to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan?
There's no proficiency testing for phlebotomists, but there's competency assessments. So with phlebotomists or any laboratory technician or even pathologists, there are strict guidelines for competency. We have to always make sure people know what they're doing and it's a CLIA or a federal government regulation or requirement. So when anybody first starts in a hospital, the requirements are, one, initial training. You can't let anybody come in on their own, without not knowing what they're doing. So we have to document that they have the initial training and they're competent. And then the law says 6 months from that, we do another competency assessment where we look at 6 elements of competency defined by CLIA, and 6 months from that, 1 year from the start date, is another competency, and then after that, it's annual thereafter. And that goes for phlebotomists, and that goes for any laboratory technician.
Doctor, once the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, what happens then?
So the phlebotomist will draw it at the time. They need to have the specimens labeled in the patient's room, because you don't want the phlebotomist to mislabel. So everything gets labeled at the patient's bedside with an initialed and with the phlebotomist's initial and date and time. That blood test will then be sent to the lab. In this case, the blood was drawn in the emergency room, so it gets packaged into a plastic bag and sent in a pneumatic tube up to the laboratory.
And once it's sent to the laboratory, what happens with the sample from there?
Once we receive it, it's called receiving the specimen. There will be a technician who then goes into the computer, enters the phlebotomist's name from the tube into the computer system, enters the time, and the technologist will look and see what was ordered, and then do the appropriate next step based on what was ordered.
And in a case in which alcohol is one of the items that are ordered, what is the next step as far as the testing goes?
So the next step with alcohol testing, we use a specific tube, so the phlebotomist would know what tube to use. It would be a light green tube that has lithium heparin in it. It's an anticoagulant. We don't want the blood to clot, so that's why we use an anticoagulant. So the first step when testing for alcohol is that the test is designed to be performed on serum or plasma. And to get that, the next step would be to centrifuge the blood. The centrifuge is a machine that spins the blood rapidly. We spin it at around 3,300 RPMs, which is pretty fast, rotations per minute. And the reason why we spin it, because centrifugation will allow it to separate the blood components based on the density. So heavier stuff like the red blood cells will go to the bottom, and the lighter stuff like the watery component of the blood will go to the top, and some of the white cells go into the middle. But for alcohol testing, we are targeting the top part of the blood component, which would be plasma.
And then once it goes through the centrifuge process, what happens then?
So once it's centrifuged, we have the separation of the blood components. We have the plasma ready to be tested, so that technologists will walk the specimen over. It's probably 10 feet from there, and put it onto our Roche Cobas machine. That's our machine that performs our chemistries, as well as alcohol testing. It goes on to a machine. All the testing is basically inside of a black box. And the label present on the blood tube will dictate what the Roche machine will test. So based on the barcode label, once it's on our machine, it knows what test to do, and it will perform an alcohol test.
And Doctor, for our stenographer, do you know how to spell that Roche Cobas machine that you were just referencing?
So R-O-C-H-E, Roche, and Cobas, C-O-B-A-S.
Thank you, sir. May I approach on?
Yes.
Doctor, showing you another series of documents. Again, if you could just look at that and look up. Do you recognize those records, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the medical records of Karen Reed.
And sir, is there an indication within those records as far as the date of treatment for Ms. Reed?
Yes, there's a bunch of dates in here.
As far as the treatment is concerned, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date of treatment?
Oh. 1/9/22.
Sorry, is that 29/22?
That's what it says.
Oh.
Admit date, it says 1/29/22.
That's not a bad move for them. Buffy.
Thank you, sir. That's fine. Doctor, if I could direct your attention further into the document to a previously tabbed portion, do you see any indication in there as far as a result for alcohol testing?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that result, have you reviewed these records prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of the timeline from this blood sample as far as, let's start with first when it was ordered.
So when it was ordered, it was 9:03 in the morning.
And when was it taken, sir?
The blood test was taken 5 minutes later, so 9:08.
And then what happened, or what is the next time that something of any significance happened with it?
5 minutes from that, 9:13, we received it, and 9:53 in the morning, the result was entered into the computer. So it was ordered at 9:03, and I believe it was 9:53. The results were in the computer.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Little? No objection. All right, thank you. Exhibit 37.
This is the first time we've heard Lally this entire time. So that's interesting. Was this guy in the first trial too?
Doctor, what was the result of the testing for alcohol in the defendant's blood when it was taken shortly after 9 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh.
Little?
That's it there. Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Fowler.
Oh, good afternoon.
The Good Samaritan lab is a clinical lab, not a forensic lab. Is that right?
Correct.
And hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating an individual's blood alcohol concentration. Is that right?
I would say 99.9% of the time we are not in the legal business. We are testing alcohol for the diagnosis of alcohol intoxication. But occasionally a case may come, very rare, to a hospital, and it ends up being a legal case. It's not common. I think uncommon.
then you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are conducted by law enforcement, right?
Yes.
The purpose of testing in a clinical setting is to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of a patient, right?
Correct.
And physicians need to analyze blood quickly. They need to get the results so they can see what's in a patient's system and then effectively and efficiently treat that patient, right?
Correct.
Whereas in a forensic setting, tests for blood alcohol concentration are designed to produce results that are reliable and credible for use in court, correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier today that your lab is accredited by CAP, which is the College of American Pathologists. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
But CAP is a clinical laboratory accreditation, not a forensic accreditation, right?
We don't have the forensic accreditation for Good Samaritan.
In fact, Good Samaritan has never been investigated or accredited by any forensic accreditation team to ensure that you perform all of your tests with the integrity necessary to support results in court, right?
We've never had the forensic accreditation, but we have very good quality lab results, which I could go into further.
But you've never been accredited by a forensic accreditation team,
No.
right?
No.
And the lab at Good Samaritan has never been accredited by the ANSI, which is the National Accreditation Board known as ANAB. Are you familiar with that organization?
No.
Are you aware that ANAB is the forensic accreditation body that in the United States that ensures that laboratories' procedures meet the minimum standards necessary to ensure results are reliable and credible for use in court?
Sustained.
Now, the most reliable method of forensic ethanol testing is called headspace gas chromatography, or HSGC. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes.
And HSGC is the method that's used by forensic labs to test for blood alcohol content, right?
Correct.
And that's because forensic tests require the testing of whole blood for the presence of alcohol, right?
Correct.
Can you briefly, just for the jury, describe sort of the difference between a whole blood test and a serum test?
Sure. So whole blood, to put it simply, when you have your blood drawn, you see the fluid coming out, all red. That's whole blood. We don't do anything to it. We don't spin it down. We don't centrifuge it. That is whole blood. That is the specimen of choice for forensic blood ethanol testing. Hospitals, on the other hand, our methodology, which is just as good as the forensic headspace gas chromatography, is based on looking at the serum or the plasma. So we don't, that's what when I explained that we need to centrifuge it, take the liquid portion off the top. So in the hospital, we test it on the serum or the plasma. Now, did you ask me the difference? You want me to go into the difference?
That's enough, Doctor. Thank you. I'll ask some additional questions
Okay.
to kind of clarify. And in a forensic lab, they actually require the testing of whole blood, correct?
Correct.
And HSGC directly measures ethanol in the blood.
Correct.
And this method is designed to be accurate and reliable for forensic purposes for use in legal proceedings, correct?
Correct.
But the testing in this case was performed using the hospital's clinical chemistry machine instead of a forensically defensible method like HSGC, right?
Correct.
And that clinical chemistry machine performs what you just testified to, a serum test, right?
Serum or plasma.
Serum or plasma. And hospitals use serum or plasma testing because it's actually quicker and more efficient than HSGC, right?
Yes, it's less labor intensive. It's easy to automate. but at the same time, very, very good and very accurate.
But serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. It instead measures the presence of what's called NADH, right? Yes, I'll repeat that. That was my fault. Serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. Instead, it measures the presence of NADH. Is that right?
Almost.
Well, NADH is a byproduct of alcohol, right?
Correct. I can go into the testing how methodology that we use to explain it if you want me to.
Well, serum testing measures the presence of NADH, correct?
It measures the rate of change of NADH production, so it doesn't actually look at just NADH, and it measures the rate of production, and I can go into more detail on that. Alcohol testing in the lab is correct.
I'll ask you some additional
Okay,
questions
sure.
about NADH and we'll
Sure.
get there.
Yeah.
So you can do this now, but let the doctor answer his question fully. Next question, okay? And the following questions.
Doctor, the higher the NADH in a patient's system, the higher the serum test result, correct?
That may not be correct, no. It's the rate of change of NADH production based on our methodology. I can go into that. So our test system is a little bit different than the forensic testing system, but it's also very good and very accurate, and almost when we compare our methodology to the Headspace, we get the exact same results, and when we compare and with peer laboratory comparisons. But what we do is and I think the jury needs to know this, maybe some of you might understand the chemistry behind it, but we do, we take the patient's sample, and it's based on, we add, because when there's alcohol in the specimen, we add, actually, in the test system, alcohol dehydrogenase. It's the same enzyme that's in the patient's body. In addition, we add a surplus of NAD to it. NAD is similar to NADH. They get converted back and forth. So when we put it on our test system, it's alcohol dehydrogenase is in there. And what happens is, when there's alcohol, it combines with NAD that we add to it. It creates NADH. And then in our machine, there's a spectrophotometer, which can monitor the rate of NADH production over baseline. And we use, there's something that measures, a photometer that measures the NADH production. It looks at light in this physics and looks at 340 nanometers, and it's pretty accurate. It will monitor, it will tell you, it will tell the system how much NADH is produced, and that amount is directly proportional to the alcohol in the patient's sample. So it's a very, very accurate test, but there are some limitations that I can go into.
So wait for another question.
Okay.
Next question, Ms. Little.
Yes, so serum testing can be subject to errors, right? And there are limitations.
There are some limitations that I can explain, just like Headspace gas chromatography may have some limitations too, but I can go into them.
Next question.
What are some of the limitations of the serum testing?
Okay. So the serum test, as with many tests in the laboratory, different things can interfere with our laboratory tests. And the three most common ones, which are unlikely to affect ethanol testing, is we abbreviated HIL. We want to look at those three things. One is hemolysis, which is H, and the other one is I, icterus, which is high bilirubin, And the third is L for lipids. High lipids will interfere with alcohol testing or with any testing based on that same methodology. Our machine, the Rose Kobash machine, and all the machines out in the market today are very sophisticated. If we have elevated levels of any H or I or L, it will flag it and raise the potential for a problem. The next thing on the list is that our alcohol testing is not absolutely specific for ethanol. There are two possible other alcohols that can cross-react. One is propanol and butanol. But then it goes clinical history. Did the patient ingest those two alcohols? And third is there's some unusual hematologic malignancies like Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia that can interfere. So it's always have to correlate with the clinical situation. The next one, sometimes there can be patients who make endogenous, make their own alcohol. So very rarely, some patients may truly have a positive result. That could be from our test or Headspace. They make their own, so we have to rule that out. It's a rare condition. And the next one is one that's in the literature, which is LDH and lactic acid. If a patient has a markedly elevated LDH or lactic acid, those one is an enzyme, and the other one is an acid. That can cause false positives. Now,
if I could stop you there, Doctor, I think those were the four that you identified, the four limitations: the lactic acid, the hemat.
Yeah.
If I could just
go ahead and ask your next question.
If I could ask you a few more questions about LDH and lactic acid.
Sure.
You're aware, Dr. Fowler, of the medical literature establishing that the presence of LDH and lactic acid can lead to falsely elevated serum readings, correct?
Correct.
And that's because lactic acid or LDH actually forms NADH. Right?
Lactic acid, I'll have to go into a little bit of chemistry. Lactic acid and LDH, lactate dehydrogenase, they both act on each other. And LDH and lactic acid needs NAD plus to break it down. So in theory, when you're testing a serum, a plasma for blood alcohol, if there's extra LDH or high levels of LDH, high levels of lactic acid, you add it to the test system, and then Roche throws in, or Siemens throws in the NAD, it will form NADH. That was first documented, I think, back in the older versions of these ethanol testings back in the 1990s, when they stumbled on, they were looking for biomarkers or reasons in kids with SIDS, little babies, and they found that two of these babies had a positive alcohol. But
Doctor, if I could just ask the next question, if that's okay.
Sorry.
So in other words, NADH, studies have found, can actually be formed by certain biomechanical processes other than the presence of alcohol, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Health has found that liver diseases, kidney diseases, muscle injury, trauma, and even anemia are some of the health conditions that can lead to a rise in serum LDH levels?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Reed was severely anemic in January of 2022?
Sustained.
Are you aware that the medical literature has also found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'm going to allow that.
I haven't read anything specifically related to the NADH level, but but I want to go back to the point where our laboratory, our testing is not based.
Let him finish his answer.
It's not. It's the rate of change of NADH. So if somebody has NADH on board, I believe it's not going to affect the result. It's the rate of change. And it basically, back to the anemia, I haven't read or heard of that.
That was stricken. That was not
Okay.
allowed.
It all goes back to the lactic acid and the LDH. The NADH doesn't matter. So looking at multiple sclerosis patients, they can have elevated LDH and lactic acid, but it's not to the extent that it can interfere with the alcohol levels. There was a study maybe 7-10 years ago.
Your Honor, there's no question pending.
You asked him about a study, if he was aware of the studies.
I asked, and that's a yes or no question. And he's,
All right, Doctor, we're going to hold that there for you and ask the next question.
Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center of Healthy Brain Aging by the University of New South Wales? Which,
can you do that again and slow down, please?
Sure. Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Levels through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center for Healthy Brain Aging by the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, which specifically found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
Very interesting, Terry.
I'll strike the part of what the article held. Is he aware of the article?
No, I'm not, to be honest, no.
Dr. Fowler, did you consider Ms. Reed's anemia and multiple sclerosis condition when you conducted the alcohol test on January 29, 2022?
No, we don't. No.
And again, serum tests like the ones conducted in this case don't test for ethanol. They only test for NADH, right?
We test for the rate of change of NADH production.
And Doctor, you did a number of other tests on Ms. Reed on January 29, 2022. You tested for additional drugs, not just alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And all of those results were negative.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Doctor, are you aware, I know your lab at Good Samaritan did not do this process, but are you aware through your training and experience of any sort of mathematical conversion that can be done from a serum reading in milligram per deciliter to a blood alcohol concentration of whole blood?
I'm going to allow it. The door was open.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I am aware. Yep.
And please describe what you're aware of with reference to that.
Well, with blood alcohol concentrates goes to, when it's in your blood, it goes more to the watery components of your blood. So when I described the process earlier, whole blood is before we spin it. And when we test the plasma, which is specifically testing the watery component.
She does.
How people have done studies like how much percentage of water is a serum versus whole blood. Basically, to put it simple, there's a higher percentage of water in the serum versus whole blood. So a hospital result will always be a little bit higher than a test on whole blood. It can be, I think the ratio, the conversion factor is anywhere from 1.1 to 1.18. So it could be 18% or 11% higher in serum versus whole blood. but we don't do it. That's what I read. I will defer that to the experts.
Now, doctor, you were referencing in your cross-examination about a study that you were aware of about 10 years ago or so regarding MS and alcohol testing. Is that correct?
It was more on MS, looking at the results of lactic acid and LDH to see how high the levels of lactic acid can go in a group of multiple sclerosis patients. When reviewing that, we found that the range went from some normal range, 16% of the multiple sclerosis patients had normal lactic acids, but the remainder had elevated levels. But those levels were not anywhere near the required levels to produce a false positive. Our package inserts and for the Roche testing system, the Roche has, it's an FDA approved test, and they have to do in-depth, detailed testing before they allow any hospital to do a test. And they have listed, levels of lactic acid beyond which the test would not be reliable. But the results, based on this study of 600 multiple sclerosis patients, 2 big centers in Italy and 1 in the Netherlands, show that the highest level of lactic acid in the MS patients did not achieve, didn't get close. Usually patients with MS that are asymptomatic can have normal or low normal levels, or slightly elevated. It was the ones that had more symptoms that had elevated levels up to, I think the highest was 6.5 millimoles per deciliter, which is not high enough to interfere with our result.
Now, with respect to the lab at Good Samaritan Medical Center, the interference that you were speaking about earlier on cross-examination, what would happen if any of those types of interference were to occur during the course of the testing?
No, I'll allow it.
Yes, this is
The 3 main ones, which I detailed earlier, is hypemia. Machines are sophisticated. It will detect it and say, it will flag it and say, please do not result it, or we'll have a disclaimer saying, interpret this result with caution. The results may not be accurate. It hardly ever happens with alcohol testing. But if it did, we would get a result like that, and we probably wouldn't report it.
And from your review of the defendant's medical records, specifically her testing from January 29th, did you notice any interference or any reports like that in her record?
No.
Now, the testing that you're doing at Good Samaritan is in relation to patients such as that might have cancer or heart disease or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were talking or started to speak on cross-examination about the good quality lab results that you have from your lab, and you wanted to go into that further. Could you please expound upon that for the jury now?
We have, you mentioned proficiency testing before. So all hospital laboratories accredited by the CAP or have to participate in proficiency testing. What that means is that every 3 times a year, and they give us 5 unknown samples. And we have to test it, report it back to CAP, which also reports back to the government. And we have to basically get the correct answers. And with alcohol testing, it's probably one of the best tests in the laboratory. Always have right on the money results. But at the same time, we're also able to look at results of all the other labs that participated in this proficiency testing. So we can look at different methods. We can look at labs that have the same method as us to see how we're doing. And usually with this proficiency testing, we have 3,000 labs across the nation that have the same methodology as us, so we can compare to them. And also, interestingly, we can see the labs that are using headspace gas chromatography. And out of interest, we can see, how do we compare? And we have pretty exactly the same results on these proficiency testings. We also look at some statistics as well, not going into them, but we can look at some stats like standard deviations and SDs. And actually the hospitals with enzymatic testing have slightly better stats with that compared to Headspace. Pretty close, but a little bit better.
And doctor, from your review of the defendant's medical records and the blood testing in this case, was that done in conformity with the policies and protocols at Good Samaritan?
We have policies in place to be followed, and there's no reason not to think that somebody didn't follow policy.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Little?
No questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, are they going to bring anyone else today?
Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
I do.
Okay.
The Commonwealth calls Jason Becker.
Jason Becker, who are you? Jason.
I thought they were just going to have, a witness. I didn't realize it was going to be.
Jason Becker, come on down.
That's unfortunate, Terry. People don't know what they're talking about.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth?
Oh, this is probably the blood math guy.
Good afternoon, sir.
Me too, Felix.
We have no idea what's going on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We don't really
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jason Becker.
How old are you?
I am 36 years old.
Do you live in the area?
I do. I live in Canton.
Tell us a little bit about your education.
My education, high school and college UMass. And I went to EMT school a little over 10 years ago and paramedic school.
Tell me a little bit about EMT school. How old were you when you started EMT school?
When I started EMT school, roughly 21 years old.
Why did you decide to go to EMT school?
I wanted to save some lives.
Tell us a little bit about EMT school. What did it require?
EMT school was a couple months of classroom stuff, and then you do some ride time on the ambulance. Paramedic school is a little different. It's a little extended. 2 years worth of training. You're doing hospital, ER time, and ambulance time also.
How long did you serve as an EMT before you went to paramedic school?
I worked as an EMT for approximately 5 years.
Can you estimate how many dozens or hundreds of calls you were on during that time?
Hundreds.
Why did you decide then to go get paramedic training?
Oh, I wanted to be on the fire department, and it was a prerequisite.
Did you complete paramedic school successfully?
I did.
Were you still working as an EMT at the time?
I was.
And inevitably, did you seek to have a different job? Did you try to be a firefighter?
I wanted to be a firefighter, correct.
Were you successful in doing that?
I was.
Tell us a little bit about that, sir.
On the Canton Fire Department. So I got on the Canton Fire Department, and then they send you to the fire academy, where you train to be a firefighter.
So you had EMT training, paramedic training, and then firefighter training.
That's correct.
On the Canton Police Department, did you serve dual roles as a paramedic and as a firefighter?
Fire department?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Firefighter and as a paramedic.
You served as a firefighter and a paramedic.
Correct.
In the Canton Fire Department, does it have more than one station?
There's two.
Is there one station that's larger or smaller than the other?
Station 1 is the headquarters, which is larger.
Had you ever spent time at Station 1 as a firefighter or a paramedic?
I have. We rotate to both stations.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
What station were you assigned to?
Canton Station 2.
Canton Fire Stations.
It is.
Were you working with anybody at Fire Station 2 that night?
My ambulance partner at the time was firefighter Dan Whitley.
Was there anybody else who was working at Fire Station 2 in addition to you and Dan Whitley?
Correct. There was an engine company with 3 guys on it.
3 people were assigned to
The engine, correct.
Were you and Dan Whitley assigned as partners for the day, the week?
Correct. Yes, we were.
Which was it, the day or the week, sir?
The week.
So for the entire week, you're partners with a person, and does that rotate on other assignments?
It does. It rotates.
So on this particular week, you were assigned as partners with Dan Whitley.
I was.
What were your roles between the two of you?
Well, at the time, he was my preceptor. I was a new paramedic at the time. So I was more or less the lead tech on all the calls as part of my training. And Dan's been a paramedic for a long time. So he was there to teach me.
So would Dan Whitley be the lead on the call and he would help you?
I would be the lead.
You would be the lead.
Correct.
Did you get a call that early morning hours of January 29, 2022?
We did.
What was the call assigned for?
It was a call for Section 12 psych eval.
Very briefly, can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
Sure. It's a transportation order filled out by police, doctor, basically for us on the ambulance that we have to take the patient, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, because they're a threat to themselves or someone else.
When you received the call for Section 12, were you aware that there were other calls that Fire Station 1 had responded to that morning?
We were aware. You can hear the calls going out each station.
Were you or Dan Whitley any part of that earlier call that Fire Station 1 responded to before you got the call for the Section 12?
We were not.
So your efforts were after?
We were after, correct.
After you got the call to respond to a Section 12, did you head towards Fairview Road?
We did.
Tell us a little bit about the trip to Fairview Road.
It was a little extended because of the weather conditions at the time. Snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
The ladder, Terry.
How long did it take to get from Fire Station 2 to Fairview Road?
Approximately 8 to 10 minutes.
Who drove?
Firefighter Whitley.
Now, on the way to Fairview Road, do you sit in the front of the ambulance?
We do.
Take us to when you arrived to Fairview Road. What do you see?
You see a bunch of police lights. Canton Engine 3 was already on scene, so we parked behind them.
Did you have it, without talking about what you spoke about, did you have a chance to speak to anybody at the scene?
We briefly spoke to the Canton police, and they briefed us and sent us to where the defendant was at the time.
Why do you have a conversation with other first responders at the scene before you do anything?
They're making sure the scene is safe to begin with, and they're unseen first, so they have a little more info than what our dispatch would have.
After you had that debriefing with colleagues, were you directed to approach any certain person?
I was.
Where did you go?
I went to the defendant, who was sitting in a black SUV type car.
Were there other persons inside the car with the defendant?
From my understanding, there was one person in the driver's seat.
And what seat was the defendant in?
She was in the front passenger seat.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did.
And the person you spoke to who was in the passenger seat of that car, do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out and describe an article of clothing, please?
Miss Reed right there, she's in the blue, navy blue.
How long was your conversation with the defendant while she was still seated inside the vehicle?
Approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
At some point, did you and the defendant move to another location?
We did.
Where did you go?
So we went back in the ambulance.
After having a conversation with her, was she cooperative going back to the ambulance with you?
She was.
And did you ask her to be seated in the ambulance?
I did.
Was she cooperative with that as well?
She was.
After she was seated in the ambulance, did you close the doors and get in?
We did.
When you say we, who was with you?
Me and firefighter Whitley.
So you and firefighter Whitley were in the back of the ambulance with Miss Reed. Who was going to drive the ambulance?
Firefighter Sam Park.
Where did he come from?
He was on the fire engine that was already on scene.
I want to ask you questions now about what you did in the back of the ambulance and some of the conversations that you had. Tell us what your role is once you have a patient in the back of the ambulance. What do you do next?
I mean, each patient's different, depends on what the call is for. In this specific situation, it was more a psych eval, because that's what we're called for. Initial triage questions: is the patient cooperative, uncooperative, combative? I asked her name, her mental status, where she was. I asked her if she was suicidal, and if she was, did she have a plan? Did she want to hurt anyone else? Those are kind of the initial triage questions that I would ask.
Why do you ask those questions?
Just to get a kind of a judgment on the patient, reading the patient.
What's your role at that point? Are you an investigator?
I'm not.
Are you in any way law enforcement?
I'm not.
So what's your focus when you're speaking to a patient?
It's basically hearing them speak in their story. In this specific situation, we didn't know circumstances. We just knew that Miss Reed had found her husband, which she was calling dead on the side of the road. So it was a traumatic call.
So when you were there, you knew nothing about what had happened before you got there?
We did not.
And your role had nothing to do with any of that investigation?
We did not.
You were solely focused on caring for the patient?
Correct.
Did you have any other role other than caring for the patient?
Just making sure she got to the hospital safely. She didn't hurt herself.
Thank you.
During those conversations, are you and firefighter Whitley doing the same thing or different things?
Again, it depends on the call. I was the lead tech, so I'm the one documented, giving a report to the nurses, the staff. So I was more kind of getting that information, my initial triage questions, and then just kind of sat and supported Miss Reed. And
were you writing down information, technical information about status and health on a report?
I was, yes.
While you were doing that, was your colleague speaking to Miss Reed?
He was.
Did you have a chance at times to hear what they were speaking about?
Yeah, and no.
At other times, did you speak directly to Miss Reed?
I have.
Can you describe her demeanor or temperament?
Initially, she was agitated because she didn't feel like she needed to go to the hospital. She said the statement she made, she didn't mean. She just kind of said it in jest because of the events that she went through. So she, but then there'd be periods of which she'd be calm, and then it would fluctuate. She would have like pressured speech, repetitive, but all in all, she was cooperative.
At some point, did you have a chance to speak to her directly about her mood?
About her mood?
About her mood.
I don't know if I understand the question.
Okay. Did she say anything to you about her last interaction with what she referred to as her husband?
Objection. Sustained.
Did she make any statements to you when you were giving her treatment or speaking to her about her husband?
Objection. I'll allow that. It came in.
So one of the reasons why she was saying suicidal stuff is because the last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument. I didn't feel like it was my role to really find out the details on what was said. But that's what she said to me.
That the last thing she said to him was an argument?
Yep.
Sustained.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
She did not.
Inevitably, did you get a chance to bring her to the hospital?
We did.
Did you stay in the back of the ambulance with her?
I did.
Did you continue to have conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear conversations or parts of conversations she was having with your colleague?
I had parts.
When you got to the hospital, what happens next?
So we brought Miss Reed into the hospital, registered her, bring her to the psychiatric section. Is it?
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Right. Let's go to cross, you guys. Oof. Because he wrote the report, yeah? Here we go.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Oh, it is AJ. Good call, Kelly.
Did you wake up?
Good afternoon, Firefighter Becker.
Good afternoon.
When you first arrived at the scene, there was at least two Canton police officers there, still.
Correct.
Do you remember their names?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulvaney.
Okay. Their cruiser was there. You said that an engine was still there?
Correct.
And was there another ambulance there, or the other ambulance had already left the scene? They'd cleared?
They had already transported to the hospital.
Remind me, you were in ambulance two?
I was ambulance 2.
Got it. You parked behind the SUV where you ultimately made contact with Miss Reed, correct?
I think it was more in front of the SUV because the way the SUV was parked.
Got it. Got out of the ambulance, ultimately made contact with Miss Reed through the passenger door.
Correct.
Had a short conversation with her there.
I did.
You said it was maybe 5 to 8 minutes?
More like 5 minutes because of the weather conditions.
Okay, nothing of great consequence. I'm guessing just an initial, I think you called it sort of a triage assessment?
Well, it's more of just introducing myself and asking her how she was doing.
Got it. And then there was one other person in the cab of the vehicle as well.
There was.
Female, male?
Female.
So there are 2 females, one Miss Reed, one another female. Did you see any other civilian females out there?
I didn't see.
Okay,
but
so at least where you were, the contact that you had with Miss Reed and this other female, there was just 2 of them, not a third one.
From what I saw, correct.
Did you get the other female's name?
I not at the time. I did not.
Okay. Have you, by the way, have you since gotten her name?
Based on a conversation Firefighter Whitley and Miss Reed had back in the ambulance.
Got it. Okay. And who is that other person?
Miss Carrie Roberts.
Okay. When you first observed Miss Reed, did you note whether or not there was anything unusual about her physical appearance, meaning anything on her?
She did. Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
She had some blood around her mouth, her neck area.
At that point, were you concerned about, obviously you're concerned mainly about her safety and getting her safely to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Were you worried that that might be her blood?
She had said that she had given CPR to her husband.
Okay. You jumped a question ahead. I was going to say, did she tell you that it was in fact not her blood?
She did. So that kind of, in a way, ruled it out.
Okay.
No injury for me.
And you didn't indicate, you didn't notice anything about her that looked like she was physically injured, or physically in harm?
I did not.
Okay. She indicated that she had given CPR, mouth-to-mouth attempts at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
She did.
And that would account for the blood on her face and in her hair and on her neck.
That's what she told me.
Okay. And based on your observations of her, you didn't have any reason to quarrel with that?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that her tone was somewhat rapid and repetitive. Is that right?
It fluctuated. So at times it was, yes.
Did it appear to you at that time that she had gone through a pretty significant trauma, as best you were trained at the time?
Objection. A little bit more of a foundation. I'll give it to you.
Sure. Have you ever, in your course of training, seen individuals who have gone through some sort of a traumatic event?
Frequently.
Frequently.
Everyone's different, though.
Understood. Obviously, everybody's got their own personalities and the way of dealing with those things, right?
Sure.
Have you been able to, through your training, assess whether, at least in your belief, your observations, if someone has gone through a relatively traumatic event, as opposed to just someone whistling down the sidewalk?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it appear at that time when you're interacting with Miss Reed that she was showing the signs consistent of having gone through a trauma?
At the time, yes.
Okay. So hence the rapid speech, the repetitive speech, things of that nature?
Correct. For her. For the defendant. Some people don't have rapid, repetitive
Understood.
speech.
I'm just talking about your observations of her at that time.
Yes, sir.
Her demeanor was consistent with having gone through a significant trauma.
For the situation, sure. Yes.
Okay. You said that she went from calmness to agitation. The agitation you accounted for being, I don't necessarily want to go to the hospital. I don't want to be sectioned, correct?
She felt like she didn't need to. It wasn't, she wasn't going to act on her comments about wanting to harm herself.
You called it, I think in a report, it's SI, suicidal ideation.
Correct.
That's obviously of great concern to you and your partners when you're assessing a patient, correct?
That's right.
You don't want to leave someone on their own if they're going to self-harm, correct?
That's correct.
You pretty quickly assessed, I'm guessing, Firefighter Becker, that she was not, in fact, in the position to self-harm, that I think you said that the statements that she originally made, if John dies, I don't want to live, were not necessarily at the level of actual suicidal ideation. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, at the time I believed her because of the information we got and what she went through.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your answer.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Of course. It's probably my fault. At the time that you assessed her, even though she had made some comments about if John doesn't live, I don't want to live either, you did not elevate that to the level of her being suicidal at that moment.
So I couldn't rule it out, but
okay.
I didn't think it was a huge threat at the time.
Understood.
But we couldn't rule it out, so that's why we had to take her to the hospital.
Understood. I mean, you had a Section 12. You had to take her irrespective of what you ruled in or out, right?
Right.
Okay. Firefighter Whitley was with you in the back of the ambulance the entire time you were with Miss Reed, correct?
Not the entire time. He was before we decided transporting. He was kind of in and out, trying to find more of, talking to the police officers, find more of a story of, what happened, okay. why we're taking the defendant on a Section 12.
Once you and Miss Reed were in the back of the ambulance, Firefighter Whitley then joined you in the back of the ambulance?
He did.
How much time lapsed?
It was a couple minutes at the most.
Okay, so it wasn't a lengthy amount of time.
It wasn't lengthy.
And he was with you during the transport, along with Miss Reed, for the whole transport back to Good Sam?
Yes.
And you said on direct examination, I think your phrase was, all in all, she was cooperative with us.
For the majority of the transport, yes.
Okay. Never became combative, never got physical, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. She did refer to Mr. O'Keefe as her husband.
Yep. What happened? Never mind, we're fixing it. There's no volume, though.
She did refer to Mr. O'Keefe as her husband or her spouse.
That's correct.
Yeah, new views.
You're aware of HIPAA rules, obviously. You're in the medical field, correct?
Correct.
You were aware at the time that HIPAA rules would demand or dictate that unless you're a spouse or a parent or a child, there's certain rules against getting or providing information to someone who isn't one of those close family members, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You previously indicated on direct examination that, I think your words were, that Ms. Reed indicated that her last conversation she had with her husband was an argument, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified about that statement in other particulars, right? Other hearings.
I have.
You're paraphrasing. You didn't write down what she said about her previous interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, and you didn't record those on a tape recorder, correct?
I wrote down in my report that she said she had an argument.
Right. You didn't write them down at the time. That was a bad question on my part. You weren't taking notes as she was speaking.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, it's kind of for every call, we jot down notes on a notepad, just so, when we give the staff a report, we can read off it.
Do you have those notes?
I don't.
Okay. Do you think you took notes or no?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I could have been typing them on the computer. That's what we typed the report on.
Okay.
At the time.
Do you have an independent recollection of taking notes, either handwritten or on a computer, as you sit here right now?
I couldn't tell you if I did one or the other. Sometimes I write on the computer, sometimes I don't.
Or you might not have written anything down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in any event, you weren't taking down, even if you were taking notes, you weren't taking down verbatim quotes of what she was saying. You were paraphrasing the information that was coming to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You had previously said or testified that the last time let me rephrase that just a little bit. You previously indicated in recounting what it was that Miss Reed actually said to you was something along the lines of she was upset because her last words to him were because of her last words to him being in anger.
I object.
I'm going to allow the question.
Is that correct?
Well, I probably phrased it a little wrongly. The last words. It was the last conversation.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question is a simple one. In a previous hearing, did you use the phrase "her last words to him"?
Yes,
were
I
in
did.
anger?
I did.
And that was at a hearing where you're under oath, just like you are now, correct?
Correct.
That was a little closer in time than we are now. It was maybe a year ago, correct?
Correct.
Actually, my mistake. It was about 2.5 years ago. It was a grand jury, correct?
The grand jury was before. Yes.
Okay. And the phrase that you used was, and I want to concentrate on that for just a quick second, Firefighter Becker.
Sure.
The phrase that you used at that time was that she said, quote, like her last words to him. She was upset about her, quote, last words to him. Is that right?
I object.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sidebar. What do you guys think about this new view that they're showing Karen and kind of get to see the lawyer? That's nice. I like that. Welcome back, Annie.
Thank you. Thank
Got
you.
a sidebar going on.
Sidebar.
Mm-hmm.
Good gracious.
I don't know if they really need to go too hard on this guy. He's kind of doing, excuse me, defense a favor here by saying, you know, she's cooperative, whatever. But so what did he change from the first trial? Right now they're arguing that he said that these were her last words with John was an argument, and he's saying, the witness, Jason, is saying, oh, I used the wrong words. I didn't mean to say, like, those were her last words, just, like, last conversation or something. That's what they're getting to right now at the moment. But he was the lead guy. Oh, and, you know, we don't know if he was taking notes, typing them, writing them, maybe not at all. But, you know, he said Karen was fine in the cooperative is what I meant.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were recounting the conversation that Ms. Reed indicated that she was upset about, you also indicated, in addition to using the phrase, her last words to him, you also said that it was earlier in the night, correct? They had an argument earlier in the night.
I don't recall.
I like the two cameras.
You like the two cameras? Chat, do you like the two cameras?
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, take a look at the top
it is semantics,
paragraph. Very, very small print. Let me know when you've refreshed your recollection.
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You got it.
When you wrote your report, you had indicated that when she was describing the argument that you testified to on direct, it was about an argument that was, quote, earlier in the night.
Earlier in the night, correct.
Okay. And then you recounted that statement, that same statement in the grand jury later on as at least including, quote, her last words. Is that right?
Her last words.
You were talking about an argument that they had, and then she was upset, and you were paraphrasing her. And one of the things that you paraphrased was, in fact, your statement was she was upset that was like her last words to him, correct?
She said that.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Were you also made aware, did she tell you that her last words to him were in voicemails? Did she say that?
She didn't give any details.
Did you ask her, what were your last words to him?
I did not.
Did she ever say whether or not she believed he ever received her last words to him?
There's no other details. There was no other details other than what she said.
Okay. But she did, when she was having this conversation with you about her last words to him, she did actually take out her phone and show you a bunch of missed calls to him at the same time, didn't she?
She tried to, yes.
Okay. In your mind, did you put two and two together that what she was actually talking about were the missed calls and her being upset about her last words to him, being very angry on those missed calls, those voicemails? Did you put those two things together?
I did.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Brennan?
Okay.
So when Ms. Reed told you that she was sad because her last conversation, or her last thing that she had said to him was an argument, did she ever suggest that was in a voicemail?
Objection.
Did she ever suggest it was in a voicemail?
She did not.
Did she ever suggest that she didn't actually speak to him, but instead it was some type of message?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Did she ever suggest that?
She did not.
In fact, you wrote a report saying that there was an argument earlier in the night, didn't you?
Objection. Your Honor.
Sustained.
You then were interviewed, weren't you? Were you interviewed on February 14th, 2022?
Yes.
And you referred to the fact that she told you there was an argument earlier in the night?
Argument early in the night.
And she was telling you this when you were speaking to her that morning?
Correct. Around 6 a.m.
Right.
Yes.
And earlier in the night, do you know if she was referring to 12:30
I did not know.
or 12:15
No.
or midnight?
I didn't know the time.
So his answer is he doesn't know.
You testified in the grand jury, and Attorney Jackson just asked you some questions about part of the statement you made to the grand jury when he said, like her last words. Would you like to put that in context of the whole statement you made? Do you remember
her last words?
Do you remember the entire statement that you made in the grand jury about the statement that was made to you?
I'd have to.
May I approach?
Yes.
This is page 81, lines 1 through 4. Please read it to yourself.
Right here, sir.
1 through 4, please.
Yes. Right.
Now, when you made that statement you were asked about in the grand jury, you didn't just say, like her last words, did you?
No.
You explained your memory to the grand jury?
Objection.
Ask him what he told the grand jury.
Okay. The grand jury, do you know it was on April 21st, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell the grand jury? So she
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a second, please.
Same, Kelly. It's interesting to me that every single time they have a witness on cross, they can't remember a bunch of things. It seems that way, Blessed Assurance. Also, I can't get that song out of my head, so thank you for that. Oh, see, this one's so much better. I like the dual camera because we have the stupid fan, but we also get to continue seeing what's going on in the courtroom. Nice.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you that statement that you made that includes last words, but there's more to the statement, isn't there?
She was upset.
I'd like you to read
Oh,
your
sorry.
entire
Sure.
statement, 1 through 5.
Is it really?
Give me the,
So she was also she was upset also because she said they had, the last time they had talked, she had gotten into an argument. So she was upset that that was like her last words to him.
and so when you were speaking about her last word to him, were you referring to the argument?
Correct.
You testified again regarding this issue, didn't you, in May 3rd, 2024?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, did you think or believe that the conversation she was relating to you was about a voicemail?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you use the word again on May 3rd, 2024, argument?
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
I used argument.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I ask you to read your prior statement on page 10, lines 9 through 13?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar again and bring these documents. Please bring all of it.
Oh my goodness. Anybody doing an objection count? I'd like to know how many we've had in this short period of court time. Also, half day. Where did that go? I don't think. I guess so. I don't know. We're gonna see. Agreed. Move on. Oh, welcome back, Llama. Oh, she can't hear yet. Welcome back, Llama.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're
Are we
at
done?
another sidebar.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep. There was one when you left. Then they came back. Now there's another one.
Oh. Okay.
It kind of seems like the judge is getting a little frustrated with Brennan, but
I'm too lazy to do an objection count.
yeah.
I keep track, but I'm actually really bad at keeping track about that stuff. So
I'll keep track on when we come back Monday.
when we come back Monday, all right. You can be our objection liaison. A billion objections. Because there's been way too many. Yeah. I mean, I don't really understand. I don't really think any of this is too, well, no, I take that back. I do see why the prosecution is saying this is relevant, right? That they must have been arguing before, like they need it to be them arguing when he gets out of the car.
Yet.
But well, that's because it's only supposed to be a half day, but
here we are.
Here we are about this. But she leaves a bunch of angry voicemails afterwards. And I think the defense did a good job bringing up that, you know what, it could have been, to her, those could have been her last words to John. She didn't know, that he was passed. I mean, I would feel like huge poo-poo if I left Elbow Feet a bunch of voicemails and it turns out he was just laying in the yard dead. I would probably be in hysterics about that. Even though he would never listen to them, I would probably consider those to be my last words, if you will.
Well,
Wouldn't it have been cute if Peggy was wearing that yesterday, her striped shirt to match? Bells, did you see it? We're also matching today with flower shirts. We did not
Yeah.
plan it.
Yeah, we're just.
And I didn't even look for him. That's right. If he gets lost in a blizzard, I'm not even going. He has yet to let me live that down. It's been 3 days.
It's kind of fair of him.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, when you wrote the report of your notes to put in your report, do you remember the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her actually saying the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her ever saying any word about voice messages?
I did not.
You said that there was somebody in the front seat of the car with the defendant,
It was.
and you later learned from the defendant it was a person by the name of Kerry Roberts.
Correct.
Can you share with us the context? How did you learn that?
The defendant and my partner, firefighter Whitley, had a conversation.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
So the defendant brought up how if her husband had died at the time, she didn't know how she was going to take care of his kids.
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
And firefighter Whitley mentioned that she had like a strong support system. You know, all the friends are on Canton, and
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
Oh boy. So sidebar 3 in 5 minutes.
It's getting ridiculous. Good grief.
Okay.
Oh my.
I mean, you know, because she like woke up and take him
Yeah,
to
Llama.
dinner.
Eat some bacon.
He's fine. He's fine.
That's not a comment to you, Felix, by the way. I forgot we had a whole conversation about bacon the other day.
Oh. Yeah.
It's an important topic around here.
Yes. Yes, it is. Isn't this hearsay? I mean, it's kind of weird that everybody keeps being able to say what other people say. I mean, obviously we're not lawyers or legal experts, but I do feel like there has been some hearsay happening.
Questionable behavior.
Mm-hmm. Right? Because again, if you watched the Lori Vallow trial with us, they couldn't really say what people had to say. But maybe since it's Karen's words, I don't know.
I ran out of coffee. He only made me 1 cup because he's still on this whole, caffeine amount thing. I can't be too upset because he made the coffee, but
rude. I thought about making another pot of coffee because I drank all of it, but I decided against it. Though if it turns out this is going to be more than a half day, I'll probably reconsider.
Have to go get more snacks.
Let's see what Chat has to say. Blessed Assurance says that Lady Grace are true in what they don't say. Always tell people how much they mean to you. Yeah, gosh, I would feel. Brennan's trying to elicit Karen saying, "Have you met Carrie?" or whatever it was she said again.
Why?
Does he know all of them too? I haven't gotten that vibe yet. Unless I missed some questions during the breaks I had to take. I've learned some legalese on YouTube LawTube University. We're like basically lawyers.
I mean,
Not really. Not even close. Not even close. But you do learn a lot watching trials, though. You learn a whole lot watching them. Some of the most so like you can hear a true crime story, right? You hear all the details and stuff. But not all of that's available for court because of evidence rules. So it's always very interesting.
When you spoke to the defendant and she shared with you that her last words with her husband were an argument, why didn't you ask for more detail about that?
I didn't feel it was at the time we went about the call as that we didn't think we would be witnesses in a murder trial. We were there to support Karen and ultimately get her to the hospital safely.
And you were asked about trauma, and you said that you observed that the person may be in trauma, Ms. Reed.
A traumatic event,
traumatic event.
Right.
Do you have any idea what caused that traumatic event?
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything?
Very quickly, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan whether earlier in the night could have been 12 or 12:15 a.m., correct?
That's what he asked, yes.
And earlier in the night could have been 6 o'clock p.m.
Early in the night, yeah, correct.
Could have been 5 o'clock p.m.
Could have been.
Could have been 7 o'clock p.m.
Sure.
Okay. You were also asked whether or not Ms. Reed actually specifically mentioned voicemails when she talked about those last words. And you said she didn't.
That I remember, correct.
But she did show you her phone.
She tried to.
And she did show you a bunch of missed calls to John O'Keefe, correct?
I wasn't going to look through her phone. I don't know who she called.
Thank you.
When she said about the argument, she said those were the last words, the argument, right?
That's correct.
Sustained. All right. Jurors, disregard that last statement. All right, you are all set.
All right. Thank you.
Is this a good place to stop for the day?
If the court pleases, yes.
Jurors, we could do 6 minutes, but I think this is probably a good place to start.
She said it does please me.
As I understand it, folks, we're on schedule, right where we thought we would be. We're going to release you for today. Now, when I told you this morning, and I've told you other times too, that when you're out in that room waiting for us, we're in here getting work done to make things more efficient for the trial, especially a trial this long. We've decided that we're going to spend Monday afternoon again trying to streamline this trial and deal with issues that we have to deal with. So Monday for you will be a half a day. All right, so I just wanted to tell you that before you left today. Please, again, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it, let us know. And I guess the 4th caution is the same as I've been saying. Please be very careful with your social media. All right, have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning.
All right, please.
And I'd like to see counsel at sidebar, please.
Oh, why can't we hear it though? Oh. Well, we'll stick around just to see if there's anything else they need to argue today, because they might. Maybe. I don't think they were planning on arguing anything today. But maybe. So, what'd you guys think of our witnesses today? We had, oh gosh, what was his name? What was the science guy's name? I forgot it already. Fuller. His last name was Fuller. Feller? Anyway. I don't know. That one was all right. The defense is doing a very good job planting seeds, I think. Planting them along the way. Hold on. Let's just see if this is something. Maybe it's nothing. That was a decent place to end for the defense. Yes, I think the defense had some good things in their favor today, right? I don't understand all the blood stuff that they were talking about, but what they were trying to say is that there could, one, this is not a forensic lab, okay? So that kind of makes a difference, maybe. Basically, they weren't qualified really to do this to use in court. And that other factors can contribute to this blood serum alcohol test thing. And specifically for Karen, apparently she suffers from serious anemia and was at the time, and has multiple sclerosis, both things that apparently can make your alcohol levels in your blood actually higher without you having drank anything. I don't recall them saying how specifically, like, higher a difference could make. I know he threw out the number of like 18%, but I'll be honest, I didn't understand what he meant by that. If it is 18%, that is a significant percentage, or at least one that makes me uncomfortable. You know, if it was like 1 to 3%, then I'd probably be okay, but 18% is 18%. So he didn't do the blood alcohol math. But why did they put this guy on after him? Another confusing witness coming on. Like, why are we talking to an EMT again? I'm very confused by that.
They should have all been together, like group them better, like they did in their first trial. But I mean, you don't want to beat a dead horse at this point.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you bring the blood math guy after the guy who runs the lab? Like, why wouldn't you do that? It's so bizarre and weird. And then they just had the EMT firefighter guy on. He was the lead. He was in the ambulance with Whitley, one of the very first witness of this trial. And they were called out to take Karen to the hospital because of some suicidal ideation or thoughts were concerning or something. And apparently in some of his testimony, he said that she said her last words, they were arguing, and basically they've been debating all day. Well, that could mean anything. It could have meant, because she had said, apparently, according to this guy, that they were arguing earlier that night. Because remember, she's talking to these people at like 8 something in the morning. Okay, so it could be any time, really, when she means early in the evening at that rate. So it was, again, they were planting seeds that maybe the blood collection is tainted by Karen's illnesses. They need to do a better job of connecting the dots. Oh boy.
I agree.
Oh, I heard myself. Oh, yeah. I don't like the sound of my own voice as much as you guys do, apparently. I think both sides need to do a little bit better job connecting the dots here. But it's not really up to defense to connect the dots at this point. So what they're doing is they're trying to discredit every single witness they can. Otherwise, why would you go so hardcore on these ambulance EMT people? Because I think somebody mentioned yesterday that when they interviewed the jurors from trial 1, one of the jurors, or maybe more, said that it was the credibility of the witnesses that made them lean towards the guilty side. So it seems like defense's plan of attack is to attack literally every single possible witness they can. The only ones they haven't done that to is Peggy, John's mother, They were very respectful for her, got up, said, our condolences from the team. We have no further questions, and that was it. That was perfect. And they did cross his friend Michael, but also they were confrontational with him about it either. They were just asking questions that make Karen look really good. So, Kelly, too much math and blood talk for me. We have blood math, alcohol math, speed distance math. There is a lot of math involved, and it is not my forte, that's for sure. Lady in Gray says there are a whole lot more dots to come. I hope so. But with the way that they're calling the order of these witnesses, I'm unsure about that. So Terry says I showed HH the photo of the autopsy, and he said no way in hell those marks came from a car hitting that person. I mean, I just want to know why there are not large bruises on that arm.
Or fracture or
yeah. At the very least, bruises.
Yeah.
At the very least. I mean, that is just... I bruise. Oh, well, I bruise very easily because I have a platelet disorder, but a gentle breeze will leave a bruise, right? Like I hit my leg on the counter, I got a bruise for a week. Like he got hit by, well, their theory is he got hit by a car. So I have a lot of questions for that. He's a huge car guy, engineer, and has common sense. Yeah, I think so. Wine math, please. Well, just, what do you know? It is midday Moscato time. So here I am with that. Let's see. HH is a very smart man. There aren't many out there. I don't know. Is AJ single for you, Kelly? Is Alessi? You never know. You never know.
Terry.
I'm sure he's like, don't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah. I was going to say, when I first started reading that, I was like, where is this going?
Yeah, if enough time passed that the head injury caused the raccoon eyes, then enough time passed for that arm to be bruised if all injuries caused at the same time in the same incident. Yeah, I agree. Hard agree. Hard agree.
Oh, excuse me.
I mean, I guess we'll see what, you know, the medical examiner and whatever other experts they have on the harm of the body, but that is a huge piece for me. Evidence-wise, and I think in favor of Karen Reed. Oh, AJ is married. Well, sorry, Kelly. You know, and I think too with the fire EMT guy, the one that was just on the stand, Jason. Oh, I guess we don't need that banner up anymore. I do think he was a good witness for the defense. I thought he was great for the defense, right? Shows Karen wasn't being irrational and crazy and all over the place. And even if she was, all right, because they were there to pick her up for a mental health crisis, right? So even if she was being hysterical and crazy, that would make sense. But the fact that she was calm, was willing to go, and coherent and all of that, that makes Karen look all right, right? And again, it could have been at any point that she was referring to about the argument is, I think, also a good point that was made. I wonder what the jury thought in their little field trip today.
I know. I'm still not
very
happy
curious.
they placed the car there.
I wonder what they're talking about. I know, right? We're so nosy. But I need to know. Why don't we get to hear the sidebars? I always get
There's no
annoyed.
reason to mute.
Right? I always get annoyed when They do that. Now, sometimes they use the headphone things. Excuse me, but sometimes you hear it like all the time. So, hi JT, hello.
All right, we'll see you
Oh,
Monday.
okay, wow.
All right.
That's that.
So Tori, you should take care of that.
Okay. So, okay, glad we waited around for that. So that's that, even according to the court.
We'll see you Monday.
Would it be illegal to plant a listening device in the courtroom asking for a friend? Yes. Pretty sure that's illegal. Oh, you're at the very least going to be held in contempt of court. Okay. Would it be illegal? I mean, if they had a ban on electronic devices, yes. So did I just get back? I just got.
See you Monday, Sam.
See you Monday, Sam. There's that. I don't know when you left, Sam. I forget. I do know you had. Oh, it was when we came back. We had the blood guy. Not much there. We learned certain diseases can make you have more make it look like there's more alcohol in your blood, even if you haven't been drinking. That's what we learned from that, or at least that's what the defense was trying to get across.
How much of that they got across? I don't know.
I don't know either. And then the EMT guy, they crossed him about his comment of Karen saying that she was very upset because they were arguing earlier, and she was very upset about her last words with him. So they argued that it could have been any time she was referring to, because she said earlier in the evening, right? She's talking to these people early the next morning. So they were trying to use that as saying, like, oh, look, she could have been referring to the argument that we saw in the text messages. Prosecution wants it to be when she was dropping John off. Or it could be the voicemails that she left John, which apparently she's very pissed off in. So, at least, yeah. Yeah, especially that first witness. He was a slow guy, you know. But I guess these people have jobs where, like, they're just slow talkers. They probably don't talk to a lot of people about it. So, yeah, you hate short court days. Last time hanging out with my friends on the couch. I know. But you guys, we will be back Monday morning, 8:30 a.m. The jury again will have another half day. Oh, and guess what we're going to do Monday? So when court goes to lunch break, we'll do a quick recap. And then what we're going to do is we're going to redirect everyone to Terry's show, Midday Missing. It doesn't go that long, so this will be during the court break. It'll give you guys something to watch while everybody's eating lunch. And then we'll redirect you all back here for when we come back from lunch. So we'll be doing that Mondays and Wednesdays, and then Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, we'll just be on the whole time. But if you haven't watched her show, Midday Missing, it is very good. We bring attention to cases that don't usually get a lot of coverage for whatever reason. You know, that is just kind of how things are. There's a lot of factors that, you know, some people think that who cares if certain people go missing, right? Well, we don't feel that way. And sometimes we do family interviews. It's a really, really good show. So we'll be redirecting you to that, and then back here again. And then in the afternoon on court, they're going to be voir direing the ARCA people about, I think it's about communication between them and the defense, I think is some of the stuff they're arguing about. It may be more. Yep, join us for Midday Missing. The time will be different because we're just going to adjust it to court's schedule because they seem to be all over the place. So,
which is opposite of what we were initially expecting.
Yeah, that's okay. We're flexible. We're going to make it work. And then, of course, Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, you can catch me, Terry, JT, and the lovely Cap'n as we close out on the last episode of the Zizian cult called Zizians Unveiled. If you're not caught up and you need more to watch and you miss me, you can spend the weekend. Just go to the playlist on our channel, go ahead and binge watch the Zizian series, and then come back Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern. It'll be great. Other than that, I don't know if we really have much to discuss today. That was pretty much it.
Yeah.
Not much happened. The jury was out for about like an hour and a half this morning, 2 hours, something like that. I don't know. So, well, on that note, I hope you all have a great weekend. I got a lot of other work stuff I have to do today, so I can't really stick around too long. And I got to rest this voice.
Weekend on Discord.
Yes.
To watch
Oh, yes.
the Karen Reed documentary from HBO.
Yes. The link, somebody's going to put it in chat here. Join us on the courtyard, and we will be watching the HBO Max documentary, A Body in the Snow, the Karen Reed trial. It's pretty good. I recommend it. So.
Other than that, we'll see you on
Oh,
Monday.
wait, hold on. Would we give the date to the prosecution or the defense?
Good.
I'm going to say maybe the defense, but not by a whole lot.
Ended better. They definitely ended better than they have yesterday. What's today? Friday? Thursday. Definitely prosecution today.
Yeah.
Slightly defense.
Slightly defense. They brought up some really good points and seeds that I think are going to work out for them maybe later. Because, before we go, actually, now that I think about it, right? So yesterday, so cute. So yesterday, the reason why we felt like the prosecution did a better job is because they closed the day with these interviews about how much, Karen's own words of talking about how much she had to drink that night. It's not great for her. It's not a good look. But today, with the blood expert guy, right? The defense was like, yeah, but she has anemia and multiple sclerosis. Could it have looked higher than, what it actually was due to her diseases? So, when are we going to watch? To be determined. But it'll be announced.
Event, or somebody will make an event. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll give you an answer later today, probably Saturday or Sunday. Chase Lackey's dad, which is a huge missing persons case that Terry covers. We do have an investigative series into the disappearance of Chase Lackey. It is very, very thorough. Terry works hand in hand with a lot of people, but he'll be at the Live Person show next weekend in Austin, Texas, at the Hilliard Pool and Vineyard, and we will be doing. She'll be doing a review of cases chased before they get into the Austin Yogurt Shop murders. So, and if you can't make it to Austin, become a member, and we're going to live stream that event for our members only. So, go ahead and join that. All right, for realsies though, I think we're going to head out for the day. So, thank you everyone for being here for Couch Court with Llama, and for Annie joining us. Llama and Annie in the courtroom. All right, you guys have a great day. Go forth and be amazing. Have a great weekend, everyone. Bye.
Bye, guys.